All right, everyone, welcome. Huge movie fanatic Nate stopping on by, coming at you with a audio program here, a little bit of a discussion with Verisimilitude 86, aka Jesse from Down Under, coming at you with an audio recording here talking about the first film in the Friday the 13th franchise, Friday the 13th, 1980, it being my favorite franchise and also Jesse's favorite franchise. We hope this conversation will be fun for us and fun for you.
Welcome, folks. I hope you enjoy the discussion.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how long it goes. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, whatever, it's just kind of a more or less a freaking what's it called, casual talk or whatever. I think it, personally, I kind of think it'd be cool to just start with like our backgrounds with the franchise. And this film in particular, obviously talking about Friday the 13th, 1980. And oh, I don't think I mentioned it, but I mean, it's kind of cool how it's both our favorite franchises at the moment, if I'm correct in saying so.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I've mentioned in the past. Yeah, like not even just in horror, but yeah, just overall, yeah, movies. It's by far my favorite franchise, and like I love things like Star Wars and Elm Street and Halloween and all that kind of stuff. Terminator. But yeah, I don't go back to any of them nearly as often as I do Friday.
Yeah, that's same with me. It's like I don't watch any movies or any franchise nearly as much as Friday. For me, I mean, I just, especially during the summer months, I'm just like seem to be going like one through seven, one through seven, one through seven, just on repeat during the summer months, even more so. But absolutely, it's like I was trying to think, years ago, like what's my most heavily used Blu-rays, and definitely the Friday the 13th films.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've rebrought the franchise like quite a few times on DVD and all the other various formats. Like I don't even own a laser disc player, but like I've even like toyed with the idea of like buying the films on there too, just to have like. I think that's another thing. Like it's the most fun franchise to even collect for. I think. I think just overall, yeah, even with the marketing, like even though it's not perfect, a lot of the time they do, make goose here and there that I'm sure that we'll touch on as we go along. But it's just a really fun series to collect for, and yeah, I'm the same. Like, yeah, the summer months is definitely where um, you kind of get the itch to watch them the most. But I can throw it on anytime. Like if someone wants to watch it who's either never seen it before or they haven't seen the films in a long, long time, then it doesn't take much to convince me to watch the films. Like I'm actually rewatching them again slowly at the moment with a buddy of mine. We just finished with 4 and 5 the other night, and yeah, we've been watching them over the last few weeks. Like yeah, we'll pick like a night of the week and we'll kind of just watch them over like a PlayStation party chat and stuff. So yeah, so I've seen these films like so much that like it's almost like they're like memories of like actual events in my life almost. Like that's how familiar I am with these films now.
So
Like they just have
yeah,
such
so the
a
events of
lot.
the events of the movie to you are like your own memories.
Yeah, kind of. It is kind of like that, man. In a very weird kind of macabre kind of crazy kind of way. It's just I don't know. They've just cemented themselves so much in my psyche. I guess like yeah. I mean, Friday the for me, like it hit me at kind of a perfect time in life. Like I was just a little kid and like I don't even really remember like a time like kind of um like consciously thinking, oh yeah, I like horror. It was just something that was always there, that was around the house that I just loved from the get go, without even really having so much as a conscious thought about it, really. Because like I'm pretty sure I mentioned, my dad also loved the franchise as well, like almost as much as I did. Like he was a pretty big fan. Um, and yeah, like so I was allowed to see these films like when I was far too young. Yeah, like I think I couldn't have been older than about five. I think by the time I was about 5 or 6, I'd seen pretty much all the ones that were made up until then, which was yeah, it would have been part eight, and then yeah, Jason Goes to Hell came out in the theater in was that '93, I think, wasn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, my dad took me to see that in the theater, and we all know how that went.
Yeah, it was almost like a better title would have been Friday Goes to Hell or The Franchise Goes to Hell.
Yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it was cool to see Jason on the big screen and all that sort of stuff for the first time. But just, I really wish it could have been one of the earlier films. Like at least like part four or something. Like if it had been born like 10 years earlier or whatever, 15 years earlier, it would have been cool to have been able to at least see like one of the like more OG entries in the series. Is my yeah the first theater experience. But like, could you imagine someone like not to get like completely on a tangent here, but could you imagine someone like because every horror film is kind of someone's first horror film. Could you imagine like being a complete newbie to the series and that's the first one you go to see in like you actually go to see in the theater? Like, imagine like what someone must have been thinking. Like like what the heck am I watching here?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, how did these movies get to be nine movies when this is what this whole all the movies are like? Little do they know that's not how all of them are like. That's just how that one's like, fortunately.
Yeah, it really is an aberration in the franchise. Like it's it's definitely the worst one to me.
So,
But yeah, what's a bit more about your background with the
y-
franchise growing up with it and stuff?
yeah, my background with it is frickin' like right around the age of 11 approaching 12 is kind of when I felt the horror movies always kind of intrigued me at the video store, seeing the horror section and the VHSs. And I even when I wasn't introduced to horror films at a young age like you were quite as young, but the horror section always intrigued me. It was like this curiosity when I was maybe 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And I'd back in the 80s when you could look at the VHS covers, and on the back a lot of them would be like graphic gore images. And I looked at those things at the time of like being 9, 10, 11 years old, and I'm like, who the hell would want to watch this stuff? But it was like still this kind of curiosity of kind of like, wow, what's all this about? And I guess the age of 11 and stuff, a buddy of mine introduced me to like violent movies like Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Commando and stuff, and probably when I was 10 or maybe, yeah, 10 or something like that. So that was like my first real experience with like violent movies. And I guess maybe movies like Rambo 2 and Commando and stuff were kind of like gateway drugs in movie form to just whet my appetite for maybe more on-screen violence. And it wasn't until I was 11, just about approaching 12, that I was like, you know what, I'm these horror movies and stuff, I really want to actually get into them and start watching them. And I mentioned this before in one of my reviews of like Part 7, Friday the 13th 7, is I think in North America it came out in May of '88. And I can remember my dad and I, on separately, him at his place, me at my mom's and stuff, seeing like the TV spots on TV. And I can remember having a conversation with my dad, like, I can't remember who said it, but I think it was my dad, is like, maybe we should go see that Friday 7. And I was like, yeah, maybe we should, because the trailer, it didn't seem like like completely scary. It seemed kind of tongue in cheek, like the chick in the tent. Come on, you big hunk of a man, come and get me. And he slices the machete through the tent and stuff. So I think my dad and I were like, maybe we should take a chance on this. And we didn't, and I just feel it's just such a big regret, like that we never, actually saw Part 7 in the theater. That just would have been such a great memory. But that was the spring, and I wasn't quite brave enough to start seeing these movies until like closer to December and stuff. But that's when, at the time, I mean, the movies, this was the late '80s, so 1989. I mean, obviously North America, Freddy, Jason, Michael, Leatherface, and stuff like that were what was happening. And just by chance, it's interesting if I could just branch off to a different franchise for a minute. It's interesting, like right when I was getting into horror movies, franchises like Halloween and Texas Chainsaw, it's like they were coming back and starting to make movies again for the first time for a while. And I just think that's kind of interesting that right when I got into horror movies, like we start having more Michael Myers films, another Leatherface film, and stuff like that. Probably more if I can really think, if I were to really think about it. But yeah, so it was like, I saw the first two Nightmare on Elm Streets, just recorded them off TV. They pretty much showed everything, and they just bleeped the swear words from what I can remember, which is really something. And also the movie, I don't know if you've probably heard of it, Chud, Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dwellers.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard of it. Actually, I never seen that flick. Hey,
Oh,
I've always
wow.
kind of been curious.
That's a movie that I recorded off TV as well. That same channel, same thing. There's nothing cut, just the swear words bleeped. And also the original Texas Chainsaw I recorded off of TV as well. And at the time, Friday the 13th wasn't playing, and either was Halloween. My dad and I would have rented the Halloween films and Friday films, but I can't remember. I can't remember for sure, but I want to say that the first Friday film I ever saw was the seventh one because at the time that would have been or maybe not, because maybe that wouldn't have come out on. It just seems like it's possible that I saw the seventh one first, and I don't know that would have came out in. Yeah, it could have been on video by December, January of '89, December '88. I don't know, but I have this vivid memory that the first
It
one.
usually took around about a year back then, didn't it, to get something on
Yeah, I mean, if it
VHS.
if it would have come out in May, it's very possible it could have been out by December. Anyway, I'm not 100% sure, but it's possible that I saw part seven of Friday first. But honestly, when I finally got to the first film, being 12 years old, and obviously by the time you're, the late 80s, I mean, Jason was a big part of the franchise at that time. And honestly, seeing Friday the 13th, 1980, for the first time as a 12-year-old didn't impress me at all because
Where's Jason? Where's Jason?
exactly. So it's funny how it's probably, if not my favorite movie of all time right now, definitely one of them. And it's funny how, as a 12-year-old, I had a completely different idea for the original film because, I mean, like when you're 12, it's all about kind of the superhero, the killer, Jason. And it was just like, at the time, I was like, God, I mean, what's this? When you're 12 years old, the Pamela Voorhees just seems so freaking like old in the movie. Of course, now she's looking younger and younger every year, but as we age. But at the time, it's just like, what the hell? Jason's mom was the killer. So honestly, when I saw the first film, for the first time as a kid, I really didn't like it much, and it actually take like a year for me to like. There was this big thing in like the following year, the following summer in 1990, where I bought this really cheap Star Maker VHS release of the first two Hellraiser films and a double pack, and not knowing that the second one was the R-rated cut versus the unrated. And I was really pissed off about that and went back to return it. And my dad made a big stink for me about it. And I was able to exchange it for another VHS title that was the same price. And lo and behold, it was the original, standard play, normal VHS release of Friday the 13th, 1980. And so when I was 13, oh wow, I didn't even notice that until right now. I was 13 when I gave the first original Friday the 13th another look through different eyes, and really really grew to, or started to grow to, appreciate it for what it was. So that's a little bit of my history with the first film.
Very interesting. Yeah, your experience with the franchise kind of echoes and parallels a lot of fans that I've come to. Yeah, like some I know on like a personal level, or just people I've listened to on podcasts. And Part Seven does really seem to be like a very common one that like a lot of fans say, that was the first one I ever saw. So by the time they get back to seeing the original, it's like, what the heck is this? Like, where's Jason? Where's like the 15, 18, victims in the movie? You know what I mean? Like, where's the dude in the hockey mask? Where's, for me, is I'm kind of the anomaly there, where I saw the first movie was the first one I ever saw, and I'm pretty damn sure that I just went on down the line, yeah, seeing each sequel in order. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like the first one for me, like it's kind of it's kind of interesting in a way for me, even though because like it always was one that I really dug, that it was never my favorite. But over the years, it really has, um, yeah, climbed the ranks. Like it's like in the top five now for me. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, like I guess in a way I have a unique perspective with horror since like it was like well yeah since I did tap into it from such a very young age. Like most people I do talk to like kind of got a similar story here. It was like around the time of like preteen or early teens kind of thing, and yeah, like by the time I was like you know I don't know 11, 12, 13, like I was, I guess, like a horror veteran by then. Like by then I'd seen so much. You know what I mean? And it really was at the point where, like, yeah, by the time I got to 12, 13, like it really did take a lot to kind of shock me or scare me. You know what I mean? That, like when I saw these, like, when I first saw, like, yeah, things like Friday and Halloween, Nightmare, because I was so young, like they really did scare me. You know what I mean? Like especially Friday 2. The first one did scare me, but I think Friday 2 scared me the most because I just I don't know something about Jason with that Peter sack on his head. Just really gave me the willies as a kid.
Absolutely, and like crashing through the window and reaching in for you almost in a 3D fashion.
Yeah, yeah, that really was effective when the first time you see that as a young boy. But yeah, if you want, we can go get into discussion on the first movie. Maybe like a little bit of if you're interested, maybe like a little bit of a background on like the production of the film, like how Cunningham got the idea and things like that. If you want, or yeah.
Well, before we get into that, I am curious because you mentioned that you saw the first film and the film's more or less in sequence, but surely there I don't know what it was like down under, but I mean surely at the time that you would have started seeing these films, I mean you would have even without having seen them maybe in popular culture, I would imagine that the vestige of Jason Voorhees with the hockey mask and stuff would have been in your consciousness, would it have not?
That's something that I've often wondered, and it's a challenge to try to pinpoint that because I was so young,
Oh,
like
okay. I
five
keep,
or
yeah,
so.
right. I
So
keep forgetting that. So you basically were able to see the first film more or less without that kind of, preconception of, well, where's the guy with the hockey mask? Because you were so young that you weren't even that notion of the killer with the hockey mask from Friday the 13th might have not have been in your consciousness.
as far as I know, no, I don't think it was. It's possible that I could have seen the VHS tapes, like just floating around the video store and stuff, and just being like, oh, okay, I guess this maybe happens later on in the franchise. But as far as I can remember, I don't recall whether or not I was aware of Jason at all. If I had to guess, I'd probably say no, because just because I was so young. You know what I mean? Whereas if I had been 10 or 12 or something, I'm sure that I would have been totally aware of that sort of thing. It's like also like I was lucky enough to be able to see Empire without the knowledge that Vader was Luke's dad. So that was really cool. Where it's like nowadays, like that's almost an impossibility. Like you gotta get a kid really young to watch that movie now and not have them know who Vader is and like his relationship with Luke and stuff. So I kind of feel kind of lucky in that way. Like even Psycho, like I got to watch Psycho without the knowledge of knowing the ending and things like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first time I saw Psycho, I didn't know the knowledge of the ending as well, so that was lucky for both of us. But that's really cool. I'm assuming you would have started seeing the Friday the 13th films in. I'm just trying to think of What years would that have been then?
It probably would have been like 91, maybe 92. So I was right on the cusp of like five, maybe six. It was 5 or 6. It was around that time. Like I'm saying, like that's a long time ago now, So it's really hard to kind of remember exactly. Like if I had been older, he obviously would be, a bit easier to pinpoint it. But yeah, it's around that age, man. For me.
That's really cool to be able to see the first Friday the 13th film, like 11 years after its initial release, kind of without any preconceptions of what to expect, kind of like I had, like just being able to see it, almost like you were seeing it in 1980.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think that's maybe another reason why my dad like got me to see this stuff so young. I think he was kind of even back then he was kind of aware that like if I leave this another 5 or 4 years or whatever, the kid's going to get knowledge of this and that, and he's going to hear this and that on the playground, and by the time he gets around to seeing them, he's going to have all these preconceived notions and like they obviously wouldn't have had quite the impact on me that they did.
Absolutely. I don't know how much of the background you want to go into, but obviously for anyone who doesn't know, the production of Friday the 13th was basically started because of the success of the John Carpenter or the Jim John Cameron movie by the name of Halloween. So yeah, John Carpenter's
Was
Halloween.
made by directed by Wes Carpenter.
Yep. James Craven directed Halloween and spurred on a bunch of imitators, and Friday the 13th is among one of them. And from what I understand about basically, well, Steve Miner I think is credited as Stephen Miner in the Friday the 13th 1980 credits, and I guess
That's correct. Yeah.
yeah, he had a hand in the production as well, and I can't remember. Yeah, maybe you can take it from here, but I want to say that I want to say was it Sean Cunningham who had background, a little bit of history in kind of softcore porn? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I think he made a softcore horror movie called Together, which like he humorously refers to now as like an educational, film for couples. So, that's pretty much where, as far as I know, is like where his journey starts, like leading up to, Friday the 13th. And then, like, I know, I think Victor helped him work on, they made like a rip-off of Bad News Bears called Here Comes the Tigers, which I've never seen. I don't know if you're familiar with the film, but I've
Yeah,
never seen that. They
I've
made that.
I've never seen it, but yeah, he did like softcore porn and like a children's family film, and both strikeouts from what I
Yeah, and
understand.
that went nowhere either. And basically, Halloween came out, made a big splash, and Cunningham, as far as like Victor Miller says, Cunningham said, this Halloween movie's making, a lot of money. Let's rip it off. So that's pretty much where things sort of kicked off, and then as far as if I'm remembering correctly, Sean took an ad out in like Variety, something like that, announcing the film. Like all he had was the title Friday the 13th,
And I think that kind of
and that's where he kind of
that image of the title crashing through the window, I want to say.
I believe so, and I think he used that to gain interest from investors and stuff, and I think I know his name, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Maybe but the guy that is it something Scuderi?
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
think
not.
his last name Scuderi.
Yeah, I wouldn't know all those other names, but yeah, it sounds something
Fred,
like.
I think it's Fred Scuderi or something like that. Yeah, he was like one of the main investors that he had in Boston, and I think he might have invested in Here Come the Tigers as well, and I think he was one of the main people that got the front some of the funds for the film. And funny enough, he's kind of the unsung kind of, if you want it, like for a lack of a better term, kind of hero of the franchise, at least for the first, like at least couple films or so, because I think that guy was a fan of like a lot of Italian horror and stuff, and I think he was like the one who influenced some of the kills, especially in like part two, which we'll discuss when we get to that film. But yeah, that's sort of in a nutshell, kind of the genesis, I guess, of yeah, how the idea came about. But also, like Cunningham, you know, didn't have that high a hopes for the film. It was kind of just something to keep the lights on. You know what I mean? But I mean, yeah, Friday the 13th pretty much became its own industry and was the reason why Sean's living in like a $3 million house nowadays, I guess. So, yeah.
Right. I was just remembering while you were talking that Sean Cunningham, I think, was had a part to play or behind the scenes in the Wes Craven film Last House on the Left as well. I can't remember what he did, but I know he was a part of that production, I think, as well.
That's correct. Yeah, he was. I think he might have shot some of the second unit for it, if I believe so. Yeah, remembering correctly. And also, I know he worked on Elm Street a little bit too. I think he shot some of the second unit stuff for that as well.
I'm pretty sure that both they were. I would imagine Wes Craven and Sean Cunningham were at the time located over there on the East Coast. That's why, films like Last House on the Left and Friday the 13th, 1980 were basically produced over there. But
Well, that's kind of interesting you say that. That's I've actually never really thought of that as far as I can remember. But like, yeah, if they hadn't have been East Coast guys, like if they had have been out in Cali, like I don't think the films would have been shot on the East Coast, man. So they would probably have like yeah, completely different look. Like I guess the first two films would look more like how Part Three does. You know what I mean?
oh, I know,
Which
and
is kind of like
I would assume you. Well, yeah, I already know that your number one filming location to visit is Camp Nobi, Bosco, or however the hell you pronounce it. So it's fair to say that you're a big huge admirer of the location for the first film as well as I am. So
yeah, man, if I was a millionaire, I'd buy that place and I'd probably live there. I
that'd
really would.
be
That would be dope. That would be like the ultimate like geek, you know, experience. Like I'm pretty sure I'd do that. Or I'd kind of split my time. I'd live maybe there in the summer, and then maybe like in the more winter months, I'd live in the Jarvis residence, which is out in Kelly.
oh, there you go.
Or I guess it'd be some, or it'd be more summer there too, though, wouldn't it? Like, so I could split like the summers on both coasts. Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's summer usually right the year round out in California. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, you'd want to be in California in the winter, and then you can be in the East Coast in the summer. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, and like yeah, like you know, I can guess a lot of people know, and I know you're aware of as well. You know, they do tours and stuff for the camp now, and it's kind of amazing just how little it really has changed. You know what I mean? Like you watch these videos and it really does look like the movie could have been shot yesterday.
Yeah, that's I guess a testament to the owners of the place and just kind of trying to keep it up as the years go on.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I do know for like a long time, like a lot of years, they weren't really cool with being known as Camp Blood, you know, the place where Friday the 13th was shot. Like I know, yeah, like the what do you want to call them? Like yeah, the people working there and stuff were told, yeah, like if anyone ever mentions Friday the 13th, just deny, 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 deny. So, yeah, I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Yeah, not necessarily sure I'm aware of it, but it only makes sense. And then someone brightened, or someone actually got smart and realized that holy shit, we can make more money, embracing it versus trying to, hide it. And I don't know if you can remember this. I don't remember if it was like in the last 10 years or so, but I remember if you went to the site, they were selling like cut up pieces of like that white dock or whatever. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember hearing that. Like, I haven't for a while, but for a long time, I was really obsessed with Friday the 13th.com. I think it's called the website. And I'd always be on there, like, yeah, the guy on there would, post new articles pretty regularly. And I think that's probably where, yeah, I heard about that and a lot of other things. Did you ever visit that website, Nate, at all? Or,
Well, that one, yeah, I think so. That one no longer, is that the one that doesn't exist anymore, or does that still exist? Because
as far as I know, it's still around. I think the last time I was on there was maybe like 6 months ago or more. As
because
far as I know, it's still around. It's been around quite a long time.
the one I frequent is Friday the 13th franchise.com. Are we talking about two different two
That
different?
might be the one, actually. Yeah, that I think. Yeah, it might be Friday the next the
But I
franchise
think
dot
you're
com.
right.
Yeah, that.
I think it was years and years and years ago. I think it was Friday the 13th.com or something, and then that went under, and I think it became, or that it is now basically Friday the 13th franchise.com. But absolutely, I try to go there every now and then as well. It's a little slow, these days and stuff. But I can just remember them like selling, chunks of the dock and possibly I don't even yeah, possibly pieces of, I don't know. It just seemed like they were selling pieces of whatever. I don't know if they were. I think they even went as far as like bottling the water from the lake or some crap.
Yeah, yeah. I think they sell that to this day. I think. Yeah, Camp Novi Bosco website. I think they sell that to this day on their website. Yeah.
Talk about
So yeah, they really have capitalized on the whole thing, haven't
a 180 from no, that movie wasn't filmed here to absolutely, you want to buy the water.
they? Like, yeah, like I've even heard like on podcasts and stuff, like guys going like so far to being like, yeah, I'm gonna make my son be a Boy Scout just so he can go learn Boy Scout stuff there, and I can go there and geek out and just hang out, sort of thing. So,
Oh shit, my
I
wife's
mean, I'm not saying I'd be above that myself, but yeah, maybe move into just a general discussion on yeah Friday the F 1980 if you want.
Well, this is, I think, a perfect time to ask this question. Like, with the franchise, may I ask how, like, this particular film, the first film from 1980, how would you rank it in the series for you?
I'd say right now, like I mean,
Is it
it's a
evolving?
it's a really sorry.
Does your ranking sounds like it might evolve, constantly changing?
Yes and no. It's there are certain entries where it can be a real challenge for me to rank them, but like right now, like off the top of my head and the way it's kind of felt for a little while now, it'd probably in the top third spot, I'd say. It'd go two, four, and then the OG.
Oh, okay, very cool. This would be a perfect opportunity for me to share what the first film ranks in my ranking. It's the absolute first, my favorite of the films, and not only the favorite of the Friday franchise, but very well, my very well might be just my favorite movie of all time. Definitely up there.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might be your favorite. Um, that's very interesting. I mean, two, four, and one. Yeah, when I say like the original is my third favorite, like that, those three kind of in a way are kind of almost interchangeable. You know what I mean? Like any one of them, I could say is like my favorite in a way because I mean I kind of love all three of them pretty much on the same kind of level. But the first movie is it's a very important movie to me for a multitude of reasons, and it's a very important entry in just slasher history, and it really is kind of. I mean, we all know Halloween. Um, really, modernized the idea of a slasher and all that sort of stuff, and really got the ball rolling. But I think it was Friday that like really kicked the door open. You know what I mean? Like after Friday came out, you got a slasher movie almost every weekend from like 80 like 1 to like 85, 86 kind of thing. So there is that.
Yeah, and it's interesting how, Friday the 13th was made to capitalize on the success of John Carpenter's film. And then because what Friday the 13th did by kicking up the gore a notch, John Carpenter's film after that, his successful film Halloween there was pressure in his follow-up film to deliver with more on the gore because of Friday the 13th, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of like, well, Friday the 13th kind of, took inspiration from Halloween, but then it was like, Halloween started having to chase Friday's tail around, like amping things up, which is interesting. You had the reverse effect there, sort of thing. So, um, that's very interesting.
Yes, sir. I think it only makes sense to just move ahead by just simply saying or talking, commenting on the movie and why what we like about the movie and why. I just thought it'd be interesting to. I mentioned earlier that my thoughts of the film the first time I saw it as being a 12-year-old were not too impressed, and it's just so interesting to me how I guess because at that age I just wanted to see a big bulking guy in a hockey mask running around. But it's interesting to how my thoughts on the film changed so much from the first time I saw it to now it being among if not my favorite film. And basically I talked about how I got the VHS. I exchanged the had store credit. I couldn't get the money back for that crappy ass Hellraiser 1 and 2 cheap ass collection with an R-rated part 2. So I just like, well, what the hell can I spend the money on? And let me just buy Friday the 13th. And I just even back then the cover art, which is that poster art, was just so at that age I still even back then I was like, without really consciously knowing it, I was like, God, this poster slash cover art is so great. And honestly is kind of what made me probably actually exchange it at that time or pick that up at the time, because at the time I wasn't even that big a fan of the first film, but the cover it was always just so cool. It was just like, oh, I gotta buy this because this cover is so cool. And just when I was 13, like a year later after after seeing it for the first time, I really started to look at Friday the 13th through a different lens, almost like trying to eliminate the history that would come afterwards with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and all the sequels and stuff. And kind of much like you, I just tried to wipe my mind and just watch it without any of the the existing sequels. And in doing so, and just sitting down and just watching it and letting it unfold as it did, I really started for the first time when I was 13 to really appreciate the movie for its own merits and not being, just part one of this huge, at the time, even when I got into the films franchise. And even at 13, I was becoming very much aware of just one of the biggest aspects, and it holds true for me even now still. One of the biggest aspects about it I love is simply the filming location. Even at 13, I was just like, wow, you know what? This movie really wonderfully captures just this environment of this camp location that's just in the middle of. I mean, the way the way they do it is they really kind of make it seem like it's out kind of in the middle of nowhere, and if your vehicle breaks down or by chance won't start on a rainy night, like, holy crap, you're kind of screwed kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, for the first time when I was 13, after I bought the VHS or exchanged it for that crappy couple of movies, I'm like, wow, the atmosphere of this movie is just so cool. And I was just that was the beginning of. And like I say, I didn't ever really even realized it until just talking about it now, is at the age of 13 is when I really started to fully appreciate the first film.
Very, very interesting, and like the key word there that you used, atmosphere. I mean, that really is to me the the franchise in a nutshell. You know what I mean? Like it really does ooze, atmosphere, and it's kind of like it's its own little universe kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like what you were saying about how it's creepy that the location, like if your car breaks down or whatever, like what I mean, you're kind of stuck. You know what I mean? Like I know a lot of folks say to avoid Jason, all you got to do is like not go to the camp. Like Michael's knocking on your door, and I mean there is like some truth to that, obviously, but but I will counter. Like I mean, I hear fans say that all the time. You know what I mean? And a lot of them, very, very well may be, big Halloween fanboys. But at the same time, though, like, I mean, okay, Michael's knocking on your door, but like you got neighbors, you've got police that are not too far away. Might even have like a Dr. Loomis type hanging around. You know what I mean? But with Friday, like, okay, like, all right, you have to go somewhere. But once you're there, if your car breaks down or whatever, like you're really screwed. You know what I mean? Like it could be 2 days before help might arrive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I think
absolutely.
like that's even creepier.
Oh, absolutely. Like you say, Haddonfield, I mean, there's always a house next door, the other side, across the street. I mean, you know, you can always get help, and maybe Loomis is down the street in the bushes too, or the police or whatever. The idea that help is never really that far away, kind of, you can't really compete when you compare the franchises in that category or in that light, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. And it is a big debate. Like what's better, Halloween, Friday the 13th, like the OG movies, and I think it's more of a popular opinion that people like Halloween more, and I can definitely understand that, but I don't know, man. Like if you look at it, like obviously from like a filmmaking standpoint, like I mean, it's really not fair. You know what I mean? Like you got John Carpenter worked on Halloween, all right? The guy is a visionary, and then he had Dean Cundy be the DP on that film. I mean, we all we know all these kind of things, but I truly do believe this that Friday the 13th is a more effective horror film. I think it's scarier. You know what I mean? I think it's scarier, to think about like there's this middle-aged woman running around the woods pretending to be her son, knocking off camp counselors, than for a lack of a better term, just some crazy dude that's escaped from a loony bin by stalking babysitters.
Right, and I think a point that a lot of people don't necessarily bring up, and some do, probably a lot don't, is that I mean, when you listen to her little spiel and her little monologue of why she does it, I mean, you really sympathize with her, and she's really kind of talks the audience into like, wow, maybe she's not necessarily in the right killing these people that had nothing to do with the death of her son, but you can definitely understand what she's doing. She's killing people to protect, future children. So it's kind of like, she you kind of can't blame her. I mean, the way she sees all these, just young horny camp counselors is just potential people that are going to potentially not be paying attention if someone else's kid might be out in the lake swimming or doing whatever, so it's unlike Michael or Freddy or Jason, or not Jason, Leatherface, or I guess even Jason. I mean, the killer in the first film, Mrs. Voorhees. I mean, you kind of understand where she's coming from in a lot of ways. I wouldn't condone what she's doing, but at least you can identify or understand what she's doing.
Well, that's a very good point, and I've heard a lot of people mention that in the past. Like, I mean, I've been lucky enough. Like, I've watched these films like with a lot of different folks. Like growing up, like sometimes I'd watch them at sleepovers. Sometimes I'd watch them with like family friends and stuff. And like there have been a few times where I have watched the movie and there happened to be like like a young mum that was watching the film with us. You know what I mean? And at the end of the film, get her thoughts on it, and she'd be like, like I don't condone what she did, but I can totally understand why she did it. Like I'd probably do that maybe myself if that happened. You know what I mean? Like it might make me go, it might make me go crazy if, my young son, drowned in the lake, and people who were supposed to look after him weren't paying attention. They were kind of really on board with what he did. Sorry, what she did. So, I mean, and that's also like, I think you can extend, like, yeah, exactly what you said. You can really kind of side with Mrs. Voorhees, and it's, like, obviously don't condone exactly what she does, but you can get behind it. And then, I can extend that somewhat even to Jason. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, what he's doing is not exactly cool, but, well, it's cool for one aspect, cool kills, but, um, you can kind of, you feel sorry for the guy. You know what I mean? He's deformed. He grew up, probably in the middle of nowhere with his mom, and like the guy doesn't know any better, and he's getting revenge for what, people did to his mom, and not just that, but like that's the sort of the thing about like Jason for the most part, until you get to like Jason Takes Manhattan, is these kids most of the time are coming to him. He's not going to them. You know what I mean? Like with Michael and Freddie, they're actively pursuing these kids. You know what I mean? Like Michael really doesn't have a reason at all. With Freddie, it's like, oh yeah, he's trying to say like, oh, I'm taking revenge because the parents, burnt me. But it's like, hey, wait a minute, you son of a bitch! Like you diddled their kids. Like that's why they killed you. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a reason for that. But whereas, with Jason and Pam, there's an innocence there. You know what I mean? I think that's another reason why I gravitate to that franchise more than the other ones, even though I'm a big fan of the other ones as well. Is even myself, I can kind of relate to that. I mean, what kid didn't experience to some level like getting bullied at school? You know what I mean? Like, so you can kind of relate to Jason in that way, and I guess Pam is in like a kind of weird, macabre kind of way. She's kind of the mum that we wish we all had. That mum that is going to stand up for you and is going to right all the wrongs in life and be there for you, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the more you talk about it, the more it's like maybe not so much as the films go on, but definitely in the franchise's infancy, it's like the Mrs. Voorhees and Jason characters almost are. I mean, you can say they are sympathetic characters and just characters that aren't 100% bad, and they're just kind of in the case of in the case of Mrs. Voorhees, just protecting future children from so they don't their parents don't have to experience the loss she did, and Jason, of course, kind of taking revenge on the people that show up, like you say. He doesn't go to them; they all come to him. So they're taking revenge on people, like-minded people or whatever, that very much like the kind of people that offed his mom or whatever. So unlike Leatherface and like you say, Freddie and Michael, I mean, it's they're definitely the more sympathetic murderers. That's for sure.
Well, Leatherface, I think you can understand his plight, sort of like they're going to him as well. In that first movie,
That's
like
true. I
he's
guess he's kind
freaking
of a
out, like where
mental
where these
in
people coming from, kind of thing.
invalid, and like you say, they're going to Leatherface in the first film as well. So okay, you got me.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to be the actually guy, but I just it came to mind. But yeah, like what's your thoughts on like the opening of the film, like the two counselors that get killed at the beginning? Like, do you subscribe to the whole thing that like a lot of fans have dubbed them as like the couple that were the ones that were supposed to be watching Jason, and they're like the ones that are like directly responsible for his drowning?
Yeah, I don't know if I really ever gave that any thought, but I guess it's kind of cool how I guess I mean it could be or could not be. What are your thoughts?
Um, I don't know, like I've entrenched myself in so much of, like um Titanic War and like, I've read the odd comic here and there. Like there's a comic called Pamela's Tower. You ever heard of it?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's a like a prequel kind of comic. Shows like Pam and Jason, like where when Jason's a kid. And if I remember correctly, like it's pretty much a complete prequel to the first movie. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, the two counselors that get killed at the beginning of the film, they're the ones who are supposed to be the ones looking after Jason, and that's supposed to be the direct correlation of why Pam knocks him off at the beginning. So I mean, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think that probably was the idea back in 1980 when they were making the film, but I certainly think that it's not too much of a stretch to fit that into the zeitgeist of the history of the story.
Yeah, actually, as you were speaking, I was replaying that scene in my head and the events and the dialogue that led up to it, and it seemed like if I was to take a guess based on the scene and the dialogue, that maybe they I'd have to take one side or the other. I'd say they're not the same counselors that were messing around when he drowned, because the way that they're talking about, like in the dialogue, like she says, you said you were special. I meant everything. So I mean, it's like I don't think those particular characters had ever gotten together yet, and I think at the beginning of the film, that's their first time getting together, unless they were just smooching and doing non-sex stuff when Jason drowned. But there's that in the beginning of the movie to consider as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I've never really thought of that, but I do, remember that exact dialogue you're talking about. So I mean, yeah, you could, yeah, I mean that dialogue's not, really on the nose either way. You could kind of take it either way, I guess. Even like the reaction that like he has like when he sees Pam, and he's like, "Well, we weren't doing anything, we're just messing around," and then like he gets it in the comic. That's kind of like, like that reaction he kind of has is like doesn't really say either way either, like whether or not he knows his attacker. So I just think it's cool though. I just think it's something that's sort of cool that like the extended lore, I guess, is kind of thrown out there, and I can kind of go with it, and it kind of gives Pam some more motivation and stuff, which is cool. And there's a fan film. I think it's called Voorhees, if I'm not mistaken. It's decent. It's not too bad. Where they actually kind of play with this opening scene a bit. Instead of Pam doing those two killings, it was Jason's dad. Like they actually show a shot of like they showed that it's Jason's dad that did those two killings, and the way they shot it, like it was pretty well done. Like it kind of does look like the same sort of set they used at the beginning here, yeah. And I've seen videos on YouTube where, like, this whole area still looks pretty much the same, yeah. When they're making up and that, like, I guess, would you call it like a lofty kind of area? Yeah. Wanted to also touch on like just before that scene takes place, like you've got that one shot or whatever, that one little scene of like Pam walking through that one cabin that's got the sleeping children. So it's kind of like a bit of a falsity when people say like kids weren't at the camp until part six, because technically that could be like the actually guy right here and say, that they were in fact in the first movie, the beginning kids. So and I always thought that was cool, that like she's walking through that one cabin, and it's sort of like she's almost making sure the kids are okay, if you kind of think about it, because she just goes in there and she doesn't seem to want to harm them at all.
Yeah, that's really cool, because as a first time viewer of the movie, you can be like, uh-oh, is this the killer's point of view? I hope the kids are going to be okay. But like you say, I mean, she's kind of maybe took that route just to be, make just to make sure. that the kids are okay. So that is really cool. It's like you were talking about before weeks ago, like how there's so many little, super little microcosm details to this movie that you can pick apart and go, yeah, that's really cool. Just a simple point of view shot walking through a cabin, with some kids sleeping in their, their beds is just you can see it one way or another depending on, if it's your first time viewing or your, 1000th or whatever.
Exactly, and it's also like, yeah, we were discussing last time. Like, I mean, are these just all things that, yeah, us as fans who have, yeah, seen these movies so many times are kind of just, yeah, picking up on it and like reading into it more than what's really there, or like was something like that somewhat intentional when they were making the film? It's interesting to think about. And I mean, like, I'd killed to have, been a fly on the wall back in, 1979 when this was being shot. And, knowing these sort of things for sure would be really cool. But yeah, it's just, I mean, like I said, um, you know, to like the average person, I guess, like it's just a slasher movie, you know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I think some of these films, this one in particular as well, is it's kind of almost transcended just being just a slasher film, you know. Obviously, that's what it is at its core and stuff. But like, I think the way like people kind of talk about slasher films is they kind of talk about them like it's just like dumb gore fest kind of thing. But I think like with Friday, like even though it's a very simple kind of story, that there really is kind of there really is some themes to play with there. You know, what I mean, I don't think it just is about kids going to the woods and getting killed. I've always kind of thought that. What about yourself?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we touched on that a little bit weeks ago or whatever when you were like you were commenting on the appearance of Mrs. Voorhees, and I brought into the idea that yeah, well, I mean, if Jason's kind of possessing her or whatever, maybe she just intentionally or unintentionally, kind of has more of a guy haircut and maybe dresses a little more masculine, and as a result, and maybe a good excuse as to why she's dressed that way.
Yeah, that's also very interesting, and it's something that I hadn't thought of exactly in that particular way that you described it, which really piqued my interest. But also maybe another thing is to think about is like you got to remember like Betsy Palmer had been around for quite a while before she did this movie, and actors in general, before they play a particular role, most of the time they will write like their own like history of like who the character is, where the character's been, and where the character is right now. And if I remember correctly, like I think she even mentioned that. Yeah, she did. She mentioned that in an interview where she even talked about like how how she probably met Jason's dad, and that she got they were together for a little while and they got pregnant. I mean, sorry, yeah, she got pregnant, and he like decided, oh, this got nothing to do with me. Like, bye bye, honey, you're on your own,
Oh
sort of thing.
no.
So like, yeah. So I mean, I don't know if it is too much of a stretch, man, to think that Betsy Palmer probably thought about those sort of things. Like since that, she's kind of sharing her psyche and her mind with her own son, that she would start to take on some of these physical attributes and become more masculine and things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool. Have you seen? We're talking about the opening part of the movie and her walking through that cabin with the kids sleeping. Have you seen the? I did a replica of that fox sign that's on outside of the door. Have you seen that video? I did a replica of that sign and made a video about it years ago.
Yes, I have. Yeah, you just triggered a memory. Yeah, I have seen that video. Yeah, you did a pretty good job on that. It's pretty impressive. It looks pretty screen accurate.
Yeah, it's crazy how I happen to just have like two of the colors, and I think I just had to buy that one dark brownish color. But I was happy with the end result. But every time I watch that movie, it's like one of the first things you see, and I would imagine that sign was probably just at the camp location, just probably as a way to. There's probably a different sign. Well, we can see as the movie wears on, there's a different sign on the outside of each cabin, probably to differentiate them to the kids, you know. And I think they're all named based on North American, Native American Indian tribes. You know, you've got Fox, which probably was a tribe, and then the one cabins, I can't remember them all right now, but they're all, I think, Indian tribe names. And the one that they placed, the cabin they placed Strip Monopoly in. Shit. I wish I could remember the name of the sign on, you know, on there. But yeah. Oh, I think the one Brenda's in is Seneca. There's a sign at Seneca you can read when during the when you know when it's raining.
That's
And
correct, I believe. Yeah, and you're 100%. Yeah, you're 100% on that. Yeah, yeah, I have heard that before. That yeah, they weren't signs they put up for the movie. They were there already.
I mean, how cool would it be to? I wonder where those are. I can only assume those are long gone. Just imagine if they were just thrown in the trash or burnt up. I was like, ah!
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's like I think I mentioned on one of the earlier streams a couple of months ago. There's a guy that I watch on a YouTube channel. He lives not too far away from where they shot the original film. He lives somewhere in Jersey, and um, I think he's been to the locations a few times. And the diner, man, the Blairstown diner, up until maybe as recent as like 2, 3 years ago, they had the original menus, like still the ones they used in the movie that were used in the movie that you probably briefly seen like one shot. That he wanted to yeah, keep a few of them, and they wouldn't let him. And then like I think within like a matter of months or like very soon after, they just threw them out and got new ones. And it's like dude, like that's pretty crappy.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, you would have thought that that time, um, you would have thought back then even that they would have known better to throw them out.
Exactly, like we're only talking like less than a handful of years ago. Here it's kind of crazy, like whenever I get a chance to go to the actual camp, like man, like I'd be so tempted, man, to like get out a pocket knife and start like shaving like a bit of the wood off one of the cabins, just so I could take that home with me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of the stuff that they had back then, is kind of just being trashed or whatever. I do know. I think it's on. There's a podcast called Camp. I think it's called Return to Camp Blood. You ever heard that?
The name might be familiar.
It's a pretty good podcast. Been around a while. Anyway, I remember listening to an episode on there a while ago, and they were talk like some of the like they were interviewing someone who'd like lived in the Hope, New Jersey sort of area, like not too far from the camp. And apparently, when they finished the movie, they left behind like a lot of trash and stuff, and like like the townspeople, I think like found some of the props they used on the movie and stuff, and they like repurposed them like in stage plays and things like that. Which I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I know way too much like to do with this franchise. Like I've had so many different podcasts and so many different interviews and stuff where there's quite a bit I can draw on here and there. Which whatever comes to mind, I'll share. But what's your thoughts on like once those two get bumped off at the beginning? We go to what's back then present day, June 1980, June 13th, and we're introduced to Annie. What's your thoughts on like Annie as far as like, do you remember like when you first saw the movie, did you think that she was going to be the lead?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think I can really remember, unfortunately, anything about my first time seeing it, unfortunately. But I'm just trying to see it, like, I'm just replaying it now, trying to see it for the first time or whatever. And yeah, I mean, I can definitely see how someone would definitely think that. How about yourself as a kid seeing it for the first time?
Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, it's a long, long time ago, but I do remember really like in a very small time that we do have with Annie that I do remember really liking her and stuff, and like when she gets bumped off, I was like, oh man, I really liked her. She seemed really sweet and innocent, and I guess I probably did think she was probably the lead. And there's no doubt they were definitely going for the psycho effect with her character. Same thing with Janet Leigh, gets bumped off in the shower in Psycho. So I think that's definitely what they were going for.
It's crazy because I've been thinking about this off and on for the last several, months and even years and stuff. Back in, I want to say it was 1991, there was this show. TV was on a lot more around, in my place than it is now. I don't do TV at all anymore, like, broadcast television. But there was this show on called, I don't know what the hell it was, just Unsolved Mysteries or some kind of just one of these crime shows that's supposedly based on real stuff. And they were talking about this crime, that happened like in the East Coast or something like that, like New Jersey or something like that during the summer. And it's so crazy. I think I recorded it. Maybe it's on one of my bazillion VHS tapes that I have stored away. But I think I had recorded it at the time because I watched it back several times back then. It was like in 1991. And it's like they were talking about this supposed real life incident of someone being killed in the woods or something like that. And they were showing clips from the first Friday the 13th of just like the, Mrs. Voorhees' legs and the knife coming up. And then they interviewed this woman. And I want to say the woman who played Annie was like Robbie Morgan or something like that. Is that the
I
actress?
believe that's correct. Yes,
And they
I
interviewed
think
this
so. Yeah.
they interviewed this woman who was supposed to be a real life local, talking about the crime. And I swear to God, and I thought this even back at the time in 91, it might have even been. I mean, it looked just like Robbie Morgan probably would have looked in 1991, like freaking 10 years after the filming of the movie. And I'm sitting here as a, 14-year-old watching this thinking, okay, so they're talking about this. I don't know if it was her or not, but I mean, it looked just like her. So here they're talking about this real life, supposed crime that happened. They're showing shots from Friday the 13th when, Annie's getting killed, and they're interviewing this woman who looks like the woman who played Annie in the movie. It was just the most fucked up thing ever, and it's just like I've been thinking about that, in the past years and months and weeks, and it just keeps coming back to mind like was it Robbie Morgan? I just it was just so weird. She looked just like her. It was crazy.
That's so boss. That's so interesting. Like, are you like that's not like a false memory or something, is it? Like, is that definitely something you definitely remember watching? Or
No, that I can remember I taped it because I watched it several times, in the days and the weeks
oh, okay,
following. So it's not some kind of memory that never happened. I mean, unless in that memory that never happened, I replayed it several times. But chances are, and it'd take forever for me to go through all the VHS tapes that I have. Chances are, it's still on one of my millions of VHS tapes somewhere. But it was just the most weird thing in the world because 91, I really started appreciating the first film in 90 or nine in 1990 when I was 13, but it was even doing it more so. I was even falling more in love with it when I was 14 in 91, and it was just so crazy how this supposed real true crime show of something that happened in, New Jersey in the summer or something was interviewing locals. One of them looks like, Annie from Friday the 13th, and they're showing clips of Annie's, the lead up to Annie's death from Friday the 13th, and it's just like, what the hell? So I'm pretty sure I'm not I'm pretty sure this thing actually happened, or this show I'm talking about. It was just crazy.
I'd love to see that. If you find that, you have to throw that up on like your channel.
Yeah, I
or
shouldn't have
something because
mentioned it. Yeah, I shouldn't have
I've
mentioned it.
never heard of that, and yeah, like I've said, I'm someone that like scours the internet for like anything Friday to for later that I've never seen, and yeah, that's the first on me. That sounds interesting as hell.
Yeah, I can remember, this woman being interviewed. And like I say, I mean, I even thought it at the time, like, is this Annie? Like, what is going on? If it's not, it looks just like, she'd probably look 10 years later. But anyway, I'm just saying the same thing over and over. But I don't even know what brought, well, we're talking, okay, you mentioned the character of Annie, that's what brought it up. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll, like I say, I can't imagine where the hell, so many of my tapes aren't even labeled. And oh my God, but I just had to mention it. But if I do ever come across it, I'll definitely put it up. But, in the States, we had these shows in the 80s and 90s, whatever the unsolved mysteries or this and that kind of shows. It was
Yeah,
just,
unsolved mysteries. Yeah, I actually just funny enough, just been like literally over the last month or so, been revisiting that show. Like I love that show. Um, my old man used to watch that all the time when I was a kid and stuff, and yeah, so yeah, I've been like literally, yeah, just like yesterday I was watching it. So, but if it's unsolved mysteries, I'd be pretty surprised because I've never heard of it, and I've seen like most of the episodes, and like my dad never mentioned it, and I've never heard anyone mention, yeah, what the show you're talking about. So I would imagine it's some show that's like Unsolved Mysteries or
yeah,
something like that. But in saying that though, like yeah, it had to have been some sort of fabrication, lock up kind of, yeah, spoof kind of show or something on that sort of subject. Because obviously, yeah, it's not real; it's a movie. But still, though, it's still interesting. Yeah, as all get out, and I'd love to see that.
yeah. Well, if I ever find it, I'll probably put it up. But yeah, probably if something like unsolved mysteries, I would imagine. It's funny. I have this image of God. It's just I kind of have a photographic memory, and I can just see it right now as I'm thinking about it. But yeah, there were a lot of shows like that and imitations and stuff back then. So it was probably one of the many kind of supposed true life crime shows or whatever. But yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, Annie, the character of Annie was. As much as I love Adrian King, let's face it. I mean, Annie's kind of face was probably almost a little more attractive than even Adrian King's face. And Annie would have been. It's kind of interesting that you mentioned that she would have. It is kind of tragic that she was just kind of a throwaway kind of Janet Leigh character and not the final girl as much as I can't see anyone replacing Adrian King.
Well, I could. I'm not the massive fan that some people are of Adrian King, to be honest. Like, I don't hate her. Don't get me wrong. I do not hate her. I do not hate the character of Alice. But like I've had my druthers, I would have been perfectly fine if Annie had been the final girl. I probably would have went along with that more because I don't know. She kind of just has that more of that kind of what I have. The picture in my head that I have is like a final girl character. Um, yeah, and I just think yeah, it's a shame that yeah, she is kind of in a way a throwaway character. But even in saying that though, throwaway kind of as she kind of is portrayed? She may be like one of the most developed characters in the movie. Like you kind of find out a bit about like what she wants in life and all that sort of stuff. Where when especially when her and yeah, Enos are driving along in his truck and things like that. And did you know when you see her walking down that street, which is like yeah, I guess downtown Hope, New Jersey? The two shots of her walking, like when she walks through like that little brick like archway kind of area, and then the very next shot where she's kind of coming down that sort of like hill into like the other part of the street. That's literally the same street, but they just shot it from two different sides of the street. Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't think I did, but it's funny how movie magic can pull things like that off.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I only know that basically. I think from just watching so many people go to like the location and talk about it and things like that. And I don't know if you know this. Have you ever seen Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses?
No, I never was interested in that.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Rob Zombie. I don't mind that movie. It's okay. But like the dude that you see, like when Annie walks into the whatever that is, like a little diner kind of area, there's like a dude sweeping up. That guy is actually in House of a Thousand Corpses. It's like a nice little bit of horror trivia there for you, I guess.
Oh, you mean the guy from Friday Sweeping Up is in House of the Thousand Corpses? I see. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I remember hearing a fan talk about that like years ago. It's not something I discovered on my own, but yeah, I do remember someone speaking about that somewhere along the line. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool.
Well, that's
But yeah, even this whole area. Sorry to cut you off. But I was going to say, even just this whole area of Blairstown, as far as I've seen on videos and stuff, it looks that also almost looks exactly the same as it did back in I guess '79 when they shot the film. And there's even like a little I think it's like a like production theater slash movie theater there where they actually show Friday the 13th like once in a while, which I think is really cool. And I'd love to go watch the movie actually in the town one day.
yeah. I was gonna say back when you said if you were a bazillionaire you'd buy the camp. I was like, imagine having your frickin' living room be like that. The cabin they played Strip Monopoly and have this big TV and just watch Friday the 13th in the cabin they played Strip Monopoly in. Oh my God.
That would be so surreal, wouldn't it? Like it'd be so weird. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be cool as fuck to do that. But at the same time, it'd be so strange, I think, in a way. I do know, just like I think a few years ago, they had like some tours and stuff, and I think Adrian King was there, and I think the guy who plays I think is it the guy that plays the cop? I
on
think
the
he was there.
on the
I think his name's
motorcycle.
like Ron Milky or something. I think yeah, I think he was there, and Harry Manfredini was there as well, and they actually had a screening of the film actually at the camp, like right on near the area, like where the lake was and stuff. So yeah, that would have been cool as hell as well.
Yeah, I remember some image of them. They had like a sheet outside, and there's like the menu of the Blu-ray or something, and Adrian King was standing in front of it. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe that was that event.
yeah, I think it pretty much was. Yeah, like, do you ever think though, like this little scene, like where Annie, is in this little diner area and stuff? Don't you think like it kind of would be cool if like Mrs. Voorhees like played that character that says like, oh, Camp Blood, what they're opening that place again? Like they could have had her do that. Like that could have been her.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That they very well could have. We talked about this, weeks ago on during one of the radio shows, and I just as soon, have her not appear. You're saying any dialogue. I like it the way it is in the movie, but I hear you. So you're saying you would have rather have had Mrs. Voorhees say that line?
Not necessarily. I would rather it. I don't know. I think it would have been kind of cool, and like I think I did mention this like on a previous show, but hell, I'll tell the story again because it is kind of interesting and it's pretty brief anyway. But yeah, when they were making the film, Betsy walked up to Sean and she said to him, "Yeah, you're not being very fair about this." And he's like, "What do you mean, Betsy?" And she said, "Well, you're having me show up like in the last, whatever, 15, 10 minutes of the film or however long she's in the film, the last 15 minutes or whatever. She's like, you should have me somewhere in the film like earlier, like as at least a minor clue that that I'm the killer, like have me in the diner scene or something, just sitting there reading the paper or whatever, you know what I mean? And Sean just kind of looked at her and shrugged his shoulders. He's like, it doesn't matter, Betsy. Just let them guess. It's cool. So, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. The film works the way it is. There's not really a lot about this film that I would say, change and that I have nitpicks with. But I guess maybe that also comes along with, it just happens to be a film that I love so much. So there isn't sort of a lot that I'd want to change about it. Is there any, while we're on that kind of subject, is there anything about the film that you have a nitpick gripe about, like that you wish was different or anything like that?
Yeah, the my least favorite part of probably the whole franchise is the actual on-screen killing of the snake.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's sort of a topical thing nowadays. A lot of people talk about that, and yeah, that really was unnecessary. One that I mean, that whole scene, like, don't get me wrong, I don't like apart from the snake actually being killed. I don't mind the scene, but you could totally excise that whole scene. You're really not really losing anything that much.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Like you had Tom Savini on set. You telling me he couldn't rig up like something that was half like decent looking real? You know what I mean? For them to do, like, he could have even had a shot of like the real snake, and then you could have just cut to like a shot of the machete hitting like a fabricated snake, fake snake.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to see really the machete hit anything. You just imply it with, show Bill or whoever had the machete and just show him as he's chopping the ground, and you don't need to see it. But yeah, I mean, that's my biggest thing because I like nature and animals, and like that's my biggest problem with the movie. But like you say, I mean, you don't even need that scene. But I was kind of even wondering why that scene's even there. But then the way Bill kind of slowly puts the machete onto his shoulder afterwards is like, so
Yeah,
does this whole scene exist to imply that Bill might be the killer?
I think it does. Yeah, kind of. I think you hit the nail right on the head with that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the way like he walks off with it on his shoulder, like, I took care of business. Like, um, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, the line that Marcy says and that, like, I guess we know what's for dinner and like things like that. But it's like, guys, you could have done this without killing that snake. Like, I think even I heard somewhere like, the owner of that snake was like off camera, like crying and stuff, like because it was his pet, is how I understand it
Oh
from what
my
I've yeah
God.
from what I've heard.
Oh my God. So that's about. I think that's my biggest gripe with the movie. I
Yeah.
think pretty much everything else I'm fine with. What about yourself? Did you say a gripe yet or not? I don't remember.
No, I said yeah. Like I mean, like I said, it'd be kind of cool if Mrs. Voorhees was like, yeah, maybe that chick saying like the camp bloodline in the diner scene there, but like it's not something that affects my love of the film that she's not in that scene or anything. I just thought, yeah, it would kind of be cool, but yeah, apart from like I totally agree with the snake thing because like I love nature myself and love animals and things like that. So when when they get hurt, it's very disconcerting. But apart from that, there's really nothing else that I can think of that springs to mind that that I would change.
The music. I mean, the music sucks.
Oh, terrible score. I mean, just hasn't got a breath on what Carpenter did with Halloween, does it?
Nope. But before we
Yeah,
actually before we get into the music and start gushing over what we feel about the historical contribution the music played into the movie. I do want to just bring up something that I was talking or that I was thinking of when you mentioned Annie, and you know, you would have just as soon had Annie be the final girl. And the more you were talking, the more I was thinking about how Annie was like the character who was so gung ho for you know the summer and the summer ahead, and she was just like, you know, very much gung ho and passionate about what she was going to experience. And the final girl, meanwhile, is like the one who doesn't even want to be there and is contemplating leaving. It's just so ironic.
That's very interesting, also, and I've never really thought of that. That you're totally right with that. See what I mean? Like, like people talk about it like it's just very, dumbed down kind of thing. But there's all these, like little tidbits here and there. And like, I mean, some of the, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Victor Miller, he seems like a, pretty intelligent guy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if he wrote things like that in the script intentionally. I really wouldn't. But if you asked him nowadays, it was like, 40 odd years ago. He's probably not going to remember that. But like I said, you've also got to remember that, like, even if it's not on a conscious level, things get in a movie subconsciously from people involved with the production all the time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I think that's interesting as hell. And if you think about it, like when like shit had started going down and stuff, like and he was like the final girl, I think it would come as like more of a shock to her, and like like because she's like, I'm here to have fun and cook for these kids sort of thing, and like now like I'm fighting for my life. I think it would be even more of like a shock to that character's system and that. And I think also something that's interesting is he's pretty much going to the camp to perform the same duties that Mrs. Voorhees would have done. She's going there to be the cook.
Oh, good call. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Crazy Ralph?
It's funny, you were just talking, and I thought maybe we should talk about Crazy Ralph for a second. I mean, I think he's like so many things in this movie. I think he's perfectly positioned in the movie. He's just that kind of a character to try to paint an image in the audience, the audience, the viewer of the movie's mind as to what this camp, the reputation the camp has in the town, and what a perfect way to do it with minimal screen time. Just have some kind of a goofy character that may even be a suspect in his own right, kind of a doomsdayer guy who's spouting off about the dangerous nightmare camp or Camp Blood. That's really a cool character, and part of me is like, well, maybe he should have been in it more, but I think he's in it just enough. He's got like two scenes or whatever, and I guess if he were in it anymore, maybe it'd be a little much. But I guess we can talk about it when we do part two. But maybe I'd say it's fair to say he could have probably maybe been in part two a little more.
I got a question for you. Do you think that Crazy Ralph thinks that the place has got a death curse?
Is this a joke question or a real question?
Totally is.
Okay, that's what I
Nah,
thought.
I love Crazy Ralph.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and I don't know if you know this or not, but obviously Walt Gorney was probably located out there in the East Coast, and I know you're familiar with Trading Places. I think you're familiar with Trading Places. Walt Gorney's one of the help at the Duke and Duke's mansion in Trading Places. He's got as the Duke brothers are coming out of the mansion, he's like got a line. It's like, "Good morning, Mr. Duke." So he's briefly featured in Trading Places, and also in the 1976 King Kong movie. He's like a driver of the whatever the suspended rail car thing.
Oh, okay, I didn't know about the King Kong reference. I'd actually just seen that movie for the first time. Was it last year? Yeah, just like in prep for Godzilla versus King Kong, I sat down and watched almost, I think, every King Kong, like mainstream King Kong movie anyway, from like the 1933 movie up until Kong Skull Island. But I don't think I caught him in that. But yeah, I know he's in Trading Places. I've seen Trading Places a couple of times. It's an okay film. But yeah, I just think Crazy Ralph is he's iconic as iconic as anything goes as far as like with anything to do with Friday Tenerife. He's one of the few characters to appear in more than one movie, and he's just got that classic line about it. You're all doomed. Like he's my favorite. Doomsayer kind of character in like slasher history, and it's kind of funny like how the franchise went along and like they kept trying to like shoehorn in like Crazy Ralph types. Like you got the guy in the third movie, he's got the eyeball. He's got the eyeball, and it's like, the filmmakers really wish this could be, Walt Gorney's Crazy Ralph, but they killed him off in the last movie, or like it's a complete joke when you get to Jason Takes Manhattan and there's that dude that's really trying really hard to be Crazy Ralph, and he's like, this voice is doomed, and it's like, really, dude, like really, like, dude, stop, okay, you're not Crazy Ralph, but I think he's in the movie just the right amount. And it's kind of interesting, like, to think about, like what's his deal? Like, what's his history? Like, like, has he been living, like, whatever, like, the Crystal Lake town for so long that, like, does he know, like, does he know Pam? Was he around at the time when Jason drowned? And I'd probably say so.
Oh yeah, I would imagine that character was definitely living there when that happened, and has been living there ever since. Yeah, and it is interesting how through dialogue they do say that he's married, which is kind of interesting. You wouldn't necessarily you wouldn't guess that, but I guess he's Crazy Ralph is married.
Yeah, it does kind of make you think. What kind of woman would accept him? Like, she must be able to look past a lot of things. Which is also kind of interesting. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but I believe in the original script that Victor wrote, obviously, that originally Crazy Ralph was known as Ralphie Ratboy.
Oh, I think that I've heard that.
Have you heard
Yeah.
this? Yeah, originally they were going to have him like, having like dead rats, like holding a dead rat and like patting it or something like that. But they, I think wisely, decided not to go with that.
Yeah, I'd say that was the wise choice as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I always think of him, as like the what they call him, the crown. That's crown. Sorry, the town crazy. Or he just, I think he's just a dude who's like, just a drunk that hangs around the town, just spouting off Camp Blood's curse to anyone who will listen. You know what I mean? But hey, at the end of the day, he was right, and those kids should have listened.
Damn right.
But have you ever noticed there's kind of a bit of a snafu with Annie's dialogue, like between when she's talking to Enos and then when she's in the Jeep with Mrs. Voorhees, like, I think when she's with Enos, she says, I don't like when people call children kids. It sounds like little goats.
Oh, and then she
And then,
says,
like, later on when she says, I'll be cooking for, was it 50 kids and 10 staff. So, it's a pretty fun, like, little snafu there that I'm surprised they didn't pick up on, I guess, when they're making the film. But it'd be interesting to know, like, how many takes they even did, like, of, like, most scenes in the movie. Like, I mean, I don't know if it was as rushed as like part three, where I think they were lucky if they got two takes, and that was usually if there was a 3D effect that didn't go according to plan. But yeah, yeah, that's what I was going to say about that.
Yeah, I never noticed that. That's funny. She's got very limited dialogue, and in the limited dialogue in one scene, or is it the same scene or two different scenes? One of them she doesn't like the term kids, and then she uses the term herself. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, when she's with Mrs. Voorhees, yeah, in the Jeep, she mentions that yeah, she'll be cooking for yeah 10 staff and 50 kids. I believe
Oh
so.
no,
It
no,
could
that's
also,
that's when she's getting the ride with the other guy. She says 50 kids and 10 staff, and then when she's with Voorhees, she's like, I guess I've always wanted to work with children. I hate when people call them kids. So it's the two different scenes. That's so funny. So she calls them
okay, yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah.
she calls them kids earlier, and then she later on she hates when people use the word she used earlier. That's funny.
Yeah, it makes me really think. Like all the people that are involved in like a movie and stuff. It's like no one caught that. Like I don't know. I just think it's pretty interesting. Like I mean, was it written in the script that way? I don't know about you, but I've never read the actual script. That it'd be interesting to see if that was actually in the actual script. But like when he drops her off at the Hope, New Jersey cemetery and stuff. I have heard recently like there have been people that like have parked their car like along that little stretch of yeah the cemetery there and trying to take pictures and stuff. And like yeah, there's some dude that like lives like right across the street that yeah will really give you an unfriendly vibe if you do so.
Yeah, that's stupid. I don't. Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, don't live so close to a historic filming location, then, buddy.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like a bit of a catch-22 with that sort of thing. Like if you're gonna live somewhere where yeah, like it's iconic because of the film. Like you kind of got to roll with the punches with that sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's like someone buying the Elm Street house, Nancy's house from the original Elm Street, like living in that house and expecting onlookers not to come by like 3 4 times a day and checking out your house. You know what I mean? It's like why would you do that?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's just really frustrating to think that people who have no interest in the film end up in that house, and then they're frustrated when people come and want to see it. It's just like, God damn it.
Exactly. With all these, well, pretty much all these films, I've got to ask the question, the obligatory question. I think there's no better time than the present to ask you right now. Out of all the chicks in the original film, which one would you want to bone the most?
Oh, the first Friday film.
Yeah,
Okay, let me go through them
I think
here.
we're probably gonna. I think we're gonna be. It'd be funny if we agree on it. I reckon. I reckon we'll probably agree on this one.
Yeah, I'm going through them in my head. Um,
Do you want me to give you my answer first, or?
no, I'll say probably Marcy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Same for me. Definitely Marcy. I think
Okay.
she's definitely the cutest. She's definitely the cutest. Yeah, always had a big thing for her ever since I saw the film.
Oh,
Which there's a little Netflix kind of like a featurette on the first film that came out. I think it was last year, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, the actress that plays Marcy, she went back to the camp and stuff, and she's kind of just reminiscing about when they made the movie and stuff. And like I want to, talk out of turn here. Like nothing against the actress, but like she's almost like a little old lady now, man. It's kind of weird, like it's just sort of funny, like what 40 years can do, I guess.
yeah, that is disheartening and to see, isn't it? But it's just the natural progression of things. But isn't it something how you can, 40 years have now elapsed, and we've been watching this movie for the better part of the 40 years, and all these characters and stuff have not been aging at all in the movie, but that's one of the many weird things about movies, how they're like time capsules, and it is really something how this movie can exist for 40 years, and these people stay the same ages. Meanwhile, in the real world, the everyone who's still around that was in the movie are have aged. But I hear what you're saying. Like when there's interviews with her in that documentary or anything like that. Yeah, it is kind of disheartening, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Adrian King, she still looks almost like she looks pretty similar.
Isn't
Obviously, she's aged. But,
yeah,
I
that's
mean, she
something
still
that's
has that same like bob cut, almost haircut, like to this day.
that is interesting. I guess some people, some people in their older age can probably, I mean, a lot of it has to do with lifestyle and what you eat and just natural genetics and stuff. But, I guess a lot of it depends on those kind of things. It seems to me like the girl who played Chris in part three let herself go for a while there and then kind of thinned out a little bit afterwards. It seemed like, unless I'm remembering that incorrectly, but yeah, I mean, getting older is no.
Anna Kimmel?
Yeah, it seemed like she got thicker at one point and then thinned out, but maybe I'm remembering incorrectly or not.
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, I think I remember that too. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah, I think she did. Yeah,
Like like like
gain a bit of weight.
like possibly when they did the commentary for that Crystal Lake to Manhattan DVD box set, like it seems to me like on some website or something there was a photo from that commentary recording, and she might have been kind of thick then, and then like some of the more recent interviews she'd thinned down, which was kind of nice anyway.
Hmm. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Adrian King. She seems like she's like she still looks like she's got her figure and everything. Like all these years later, which is pretty interesting. Like and not that I'm totally for them to do it, but if they did do a remake in like a traditional sense of a remake, it would be really interesting. I think if she played Mrs. Voorhees,
Oh, I was just gonna say
it'd be right around that.
you're gonna
Oh,
have
she's
her.
probably a little older than yeah, a little bit older than Betsy was, I guess, maybe by 10 years. She could still easily do it.
Oh, okay. Before I forget this question, back to Marcy here. Did you ever notice how, like, after that sex scene, like how Kevin Bacon seems to be like covering up that one nipple? I think it'd be like her right nipple. It's like, that's something that always was always interesting to me. Like, why her right nipple is off limits for the film? It's kind of like I always joked, and I don't know if I talked about it in my recent review from years ago, but I'm like, okay, did she charge by the nipple for nudity? Or what? Because you can see, like, in after the sex scene, Kevin Bacon is definitely purposefully covering up the one nipple, and it just really makes you wonder if she did in fact charge by the nipple.
That's interesting, and you've just triggered a memory of mine, and I'll segue. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, who knows? I guess but like, yeah, I'll segue into something. Yeah, you've just triggered in my memory of when I first saw this on VHS. That sex scene was like the sound was almost muted except for the score. Okay, and then like I got another copy, like I think it was an English copy, like a Pommy copy from England, and it had like Marcy's moaning and stuff in it. Like I remember seeing that for the first time and being like, "Whoa!" Like this makes the scene a bit more tantalizing and different. Like as a kid.
That's another thing that I think I talked about last year. I did fan commentaries on the first eight films and the Friday films, and that's another thing that I forgot to that now that you bring up this, now we're talking about the love scene, if you will, is I want to say it's one of the most. I talked about this in my fan commentary that out of all movies, that sex scene is one of the most, I guess, kind of realistic, and it kind of almost makes me blush every time I watch it. Kind of like, oh my God, like we're eavesdropping, or we're like voyeurs on something we're not supposed to see. Like it, I think it's a testament to the movie's, ability to kind of, I don't know, whatever, just create realistic scenes that. Yeah, it almost every time I watch it, it's kind of like a little bit of uncomfortableness. Like, oh my God, I'm watching these people and they don't know I'm watching.
yeah, and then in turn, like I guess Mrs. Voorhees may not be watching, but she's definitely listening. You know, she's underneath the bed
Oh my
at that time.
God.
Yeah, probably even a little bit awkward for her, just trying to find a good moment to bump him off, I guess. But yeah, that is interesting. Um, and as like far as I understand it, I think Marcy was probably a virgin at that time too. It was probably the first time either of them probably had sex. So I guess that's sort of interesting as well. What's your thoughts on like a whole thing with Steve Christie and Alice? Like, do you think they've got a sexual history, or do you just think he wants to have sex with her?
Yeah, so in the novelization there is actually a history, and I don't know if that's based on what Victor Miller would have wrote in the script that didn't make it into the movie, or if it was embellishment that the person who wrote Simon Hawke, the guy who wrote the novelization, would have added himself. But there's a backstory between with Steve Christie and Alice in the novelization. Like they had something that a past. So that it kind of, I kind of like how it is in the movie more because it comes across as Steve being interested in her not being, but in the novelization they've got a past, and I guess he's trying to patch it up, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've always kind of thought of it as like he's probably like made moves on her in the past, but like however long she's been there, I guess. But I don't think it's like gone past much past that. But I know there are a lot of fans that say straight out, "Oh no, they've definitely slept together before." Um, yeah, but I've even heard like Adrian King kind of comment on that on interviews and that. And she's like, "Oh, like maybe at the end of the summer, something might have happened between Alice and Steve, but Steve didn't seem like the patient type." So there is that, I guess.
Yeah, if you're definitely the way it plays in the movie is and in the movie it seems like they don't have a past and he's just a creeper more or less.
Yeah. I actually don't think I've ever seen the guy who plays Steve Christie like interviewed, man. I don't think he's on any of like I don't know if he's in the book, maybe the Crystal Lake Memories book. I don't know. I do need to buy that book one of these days. Don't even know if it's still in print. But if it's not in print, it's probably going for a pretty penny on eBay. But if he's not interviewed for that, I don't think he's ever commented on the film as far as I can remember right now.
That's a good
But I
point.
always thought it was interesting. So do you go?
What's your Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if he's still with us, that actor. I've never seen anything. I've never seen him in anything else, and I've never seen any interviews as well. He's almost kind of like when an actor is like that, and you don't see him in anything else or interviews, he almost kind of makes his character in a movie even more real because if you never see him in any other context, you kind of just think of that guy as not an actor but the character.
Yeah, that's very true. I knew you were gonna say that. Yeah, I totally agree. It's almost kind of better in a way, I guess. Kind of yeah, because you just all you have to associate the person with is that one character. You don't have anything else to go off. I guess you know what I mean. Like when you see someone like Kevin Bacon in the movie, it's like, well, there's Kevin Bacon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I can't picture Steve Christie being some kind of a goofball, comedic role in some 80s movie. It just like I'm glad I never seen him in anything else because that kind of ruined Steve Christie in a small way for me.
Yeah. As far as like the setting of the film, are you aware of or do you know of like any other film that was kind of set at a camp before this movie? Like, I guess it had to have been something, but I'm pretty sure there's no other horror film before this one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't know if the question was basically referring to horror films. Obviously, there'd been other summer camp comedy movies, but as far as horror films, I can't think of a movie that predates Friday the 13th that was a horror film that took place at a summer camp location.
Well, I'm not that familiar with Meatballs, but that was after Friday the 13th, wasn't it?
No, it was 79.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's interesting. So I guess that came out like around the time this would have been filming, I guess. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, what's your thoughts on like Kevin Bacon? Like, I know for years, he kind of dispelled anything to do with the franchise. Like, he really didn't want to talk about it, and it seemed like around the time the reboot was coming out, he's like, "Oh yeah, I was in that movie. I was in the first one." And he kind of livened up to talking about it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can, I guess yeah, I can go either way. I mean, you can kind of understand it to one extent, like, him wanting to move on and be in more whatever commercial stuff and this and that. But at the same time, as a fan of this film, which is one of his first movies, it is kind of like, a little bit of, hey, this movie helped, jumpstart your career, or if it wasn't for Friday the 13th, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, in his position, you can definitely understand why he wanted to distance himself from it. And maybe when his career was more or less on the downward spiral, he can start, embracing his participation in the movie again.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I never really truly held it against him, sort of thing. But I just sort of thought, oh man, it'd be cool if you like, acknowledged it a little bit. But it's sort of funny when you say like, yeah, wanting to be known for more commercial things, but in a kind of funny twist of fate, like Friday the 13th kind of is really commercial nowadays. You know what I mean? It's kind of transcended that way. You got the video game and just the overall popularity of the franchise. It really is kind of it has become like mainstream.
Right, there's a much more merchandise for Friday the 13th than any of the other Kevin Bacon movies that were ever made, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Like, yeah, there's no Footloose action figure as far as I know.
Nope, nope, nope.
But I also think like it wouldn't be a stretch. Like, I think I did hear somewhere not that long ago that Kevin Bacon made some bad investment and he like lost a lot of his money and stuff. So I think he's doing like a lot of more like low rent like movies and stuff nowadays and stuff. And yeah, I've heard like the idea kicked around of like, what if they brought him back for a Friday film and got him to play the Crazy Ralph part? What do you think of that? You reckon that could work?
Well, to me it'd be just kind of nothing more than just kind of like, oh, okay, this is what. I mean, I couldn't ever really take it seriously. It'd be kind of almost like just well, what if kind of a thing. I mean, obviously, like I can see Rob Zombie doing that if he did Friday the 13th movie, and obviously he's big on bringing
Uh,
other
Please,
people.
Kate Robs will be far, far away from this franchise.
Yeah, I shouldn't have even put that out into the universe, but yeah, I wouldn't honestly wouldn't be very interested in seeing Kevin Bacon as Crazy Ralph because I mean I can't see anyone but Walt Gorney as Crazy Ralph.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I wouldn't be totally against it. I think it could work, man. I don't know. Bacon's a pretty versatile actor. I think he could probably pull that off. If like the idea in mind, I don't know if you've ever seen a film called Sleepers. You ever seen that?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, pretty interesting film. It's a very dark film where basically, like, long story short, like Kevin Bacon's a prison guard, like in a boys' home, and like he's a very dark character, man. Like he's a yeah, for lack of another term, which there is a really no other term. He's a pedophile, right? And like later on, and like it fast forwards in the movie, like 20 years later, and his character's pretty much become like a down and out kind of drunk, kind of real seedy looking kind of guy. And like I can see like the way he played that portion of the character in that movie like we translate that and like move a couple of the parts around a little bit, I can totally see him being Crazy Ralph. But I mean, yeah, it kind of would be a little bit surreal, I guess. Like, yeah, he's playing like a different character in the same franchise, but I don't know. I kind of get a kick out of things like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, when actors come back and they play like a small role, like years later, in something else they did. But I can see at the same time, yeah, why, like, yeah, you identify Rob Gorney so much with the role. But what about what's your thoughts on, like, the stereotypical kind of goofball kind of dude you have in like a lot of slasher films, like how Nettie is in Friday the 13th?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him. I think I think the guy is actually kind of I think he's a natural, and I think that I can I've seen this movie so many times, but pretty much every time he does that, there's no crazy people around here. Like, I actually laugh out loud. I think every time, like, as if I don't know it's coming. I mean, I know it's coming, but I think it's just such a it's just the I don't know. It was just the truthfulness of the moment was captured, and you can tell, like, the other, like Marcy. I think the actress is really trying not to laugh longer and stuff. It's just a really cool moment. I have no problem with Nettie, and honestly, he's kind of a tragic character that tries to get with a woman who's already there. Whatever her name is, Brenda, and it's not in the cards, and he just goes off on his lonely self and dies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have no issue with the character. I find him fun, and I kind of have the same reaction every time he says that line. There's no courage people around here. Or like another one is like, yeah, where he's at the archery range with Brenda and he fires the arrow and he's like doing his whole Bogart moment. You're beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart. And that always made me laugh too, man. Like, no matter how many times I've seen it, it's almost like, yeah, I'm like watching it for the first time every time I see it. I think he's a fun character, man, and he's definitely a character that is riffed on, from time to time in the franchise. I mean, you've got, I'm blanking on his name right now, but the guy that's in part two.
Yeah, what's so
He's
funny?
definitely
What's
like
so funny? The goofy guy from the first one is Ned, and then the second one is Ted.
Ted, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I knew we had a similar name. That's right. And then, like, you could even go as, like, I mean, then you got Shelley in part three, which is a very similar kind of character. And then you've got, even to an extent, you've got the other character, Ted, who's in part four. You know what I mean? Which is he's kind of a goofball, as well. And telling Crispin Glover that he's nothing but a dead fuck. So it is a kind of a character that did get riffed on quite a bit to quite a few of the films. Sort of a character that's sort of missed, I reckon, in some of, like, the late entries in the franchise, and even in slashes in general. I think that kind of a character lightens the mood a little bit. You know what I mean? Because it's a horror film, but from time to time you got to have a goofy moment here and there to cut the tension here and there.
Oh, absolutely. What the hell was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I every time I watch it in these more whatever you want to call it, turbulent or sensitive times. Every time I watch it, I think the whole little Indian thing wouldn't fly these days, and I try very hard, and I'd hate to watch this with a teenager now and see their reaction when he's going whoa 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 and doing the whole Native American thing, because most high school or teenage kids, or probably even college kids now, would freak out at that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've actually never thought of that. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a different world we live in today, Nate. I realize that. But, they're kind of things that I honestly don't really dwell on or think about too much. Like, when I'm watching these kind of films, you know what I mean? Like, I almost kind of, in like a weird kind of way, when I watch something like Friday the 13th, I kind of revert
to
back to
1980.
being like, yeah, a teenager. Like I don't know, it just kind of naturally happens. You know what I mean? I just kind of don't even think about things like that. And I think if I did watch it with like a teenager and they had like kind of a negative um, reaction to something like that, I'd probably just look at them and tell them to shut the fuck up and enjoy the movie. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's funny because I was just at a store recently and looking around, and this place sells figures, and some girls, they're probably teenagers or young 20s or something. She's like, holding this figure. I think it was some figure from, I don't know, a Hunger Games or something, and she puts it back and says, "Yeah, this figure is a little too racist for me." And I'm just thinking to myself, I hope she's kidding. Like, oh my God. And then just like it's just like, oh my God, I don't want to get too much into it, but just briefly say, like, is this what this generation just lives for? Like getting insulted about as much as they can from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed. Like what an existence.
I mean, I'd like to think that that was probably her being humorous, but I'd really vote against it. It wasn't. I mean, I don't know. When you can get offended by, it's a goddamn action figure, mate. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. As much as I love action figures, there's nothing less important in the world than an action figure. You know what I mean? You're really gonna make like a statement about it. It's like it's just, I don't know. Things have really gotten out of hand with that sort of stuff, and to the point where, like they have to consider these things when they make a movie. For fuck's sake, like it's a movie. Like, why are you bringing in social politics and things like that? It's a friggin' movie. Like, we go to a movie to get away from that stuff. And like you said, that little simple scene, where he's when Ned's doing the whole Native American thing. I do think you're right. I think there would be people that would get offended by that. And tailing back to the whole thing with like how he's kind of in a playish way trying to get the girl's attention. I don't know why I'm blanking on her name. The one he shoots what's her name? The one he shoots the arrow at?
Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda. That's right. I also think he's got a thing for Marcy, dude.
Oh, yeah.
There's that one scene where he's kind of spying on her and Jack. They're kind of hanging out, and he's kind of looking at him thinking, I wish that was kind of me with her. So, which is funny because, like, she's very, like, maternal with him. Like, she treats him like he's her younger brother or something like that. So I think he's kind of tortured in that kind of way as well.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how we can go on and on and on about this slasher movie? That's fun. That's fandom, pure fandom, I tell you.
And it really is, and that's kind of like what the whole thing's about. Like, don't get me wrong, like I love a gore kill as much as the next guy, you know what I mean? But like, how much can you talk about that? The knife, it was really cool. Or, it was like really cool when the arrow went through, Kevin Bacon's chest. Like, it's a great effect, you know what I mean? Like, Tom Savini did a good job, but like, it's kind of like where the conversation ends, something like that, you know what I mean? Like, but for me, it's, I guess, even more about like just like the little things about the characters and the setting and all those sort of things. And like I think I mentioned last time, which is something that I've only become aware of probably in the last handful of years, is the scene where Ned pretends to drown. Like, and Mrs. Voorhees is obviously watching that whole thing happen, and it's like, she'd probably see that as like him mocking like what happened with her son.
Oh shit! I don't know if I ever thought of that. Good call.
Yeah, it's only something I've become aware of
And
over
then
the last
he's the next
few
one.
years that I've thought about.
He's the next one to die, then, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Also, I think she probably would have took that to heart, and he probably doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he does at all. Does he? He wouldn't have any idea of what happened to Jason. You know what I mean? But it's just sort of happenstance, I guess. Yeah, I'll bring up something briefly that my mate Ryan, the one that's commented on some of the streams, he wanted me to bring up. There's a guy we watch on YouTube, Dave McCray. He brought this up a couple of years ago when he was, I think he was doing a commentary on Friday the Next. Um, Apparently, it looks like Kevin Bacon is wearing something in his speedo to like bolster his image, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Um,
sure.
and the guy on that channel was like kind of like I had a moniker at one point, like talking about Kevin Bacon's boner, which is kind of like a funny joke that he has involved on his channel and stuff. But actors do that sort of stuff all the time.
Well, I would simply say that it's such a small little piece of fabric that he's wearing. I mean, I don't think anyone, I mean, I can't say if he did or didn't throw something in there, but it's such a small piece of fabric he's wearing. I would think that you wouldn't have to throw, I wouldn't say he threw anything in there, but I guess it's up for debate. But yeah, okay. I know that I've seen the movie a couple, let's see, 3 times at theatrical showings, and the first time was way back in, I think it was, I don't know, 2004 or something. So it was actually 35 millimeter. But every time you see it with an audience and the camera pans up, ready, Ellis, or whatever, and the camera pans up to his package, there's always a laugh. It's just like, oh my God, kind of unintentional laugh there, isn't there?
Oh, really? That's interesting. Do you want to mention that? Like you said you sent it 3 times theatrically. Like, you want to give maybe like a brief outline of like all 3 different experiences, like when they were and stuff.
Yeah, I think the first time was probably 2004. Unfortunately, is like right in the city, and I hate the city, and I had to drive to the city. I didn't have anyone to go see it with, so I think I found out like just moment like I don't know, just a couple hours before, and I'm like, oh shit, and it's like I can't miss this. So it's in the theater back in the day, it was pretty much in the city. I mean, the city rather. You had to go to the city to see one of these midnight screenings of an older movie, and I trudged ahead and somehow made it there. I hate driving to and parking and being in the city, but I managed to do it, and it was well worth it. I got to, back in 2004, I think, when they were, doing a 35 millimeter projection, and that's pretty much all I can remember is from the audience, like that little chuckle when the camera pans up to see his package, and also in the end credits, I can remember when Kevin Bacon's name came up. I heard someone next to me or around me like, that was Kevin Bacon. Like you couldn't even they didn't even know until his name showed up. So that was kind of funny.
Interesting.
The
Yeah, I've only been like. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, the second time was I actually went with my dad to a theater that was more close to us, so it wasn't a big deal. I would, yeah, I can't remember if that was, I think that was still 35 millimeter projection, and I can remember feeling bad because my dad was closer to us and it wasn't in the city, and I'm like, oh, Friday 13th is playing, you want to go? And he's like, okay, we'll go see Friday 13th. And after we watched the movie, my dad confessed to me, he's like, oh, I thought we were going to see Halloween's. So like he was probably disappointed that it turned out to be Friday he got the movies mixed up in his head. Obviously, he was probably hoping to see Halloween and not Friday the 13th. I kind of thought that was a little interesting. Like, okay, so anyway, that was kind of that's my only memory from that showing. And then the most recent one was a couple. I don't know. It wasn't that long ago. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I went to see it with Beth, and that was obviously that would have been a digital projection as well, and that was cool, but it's kind of like the assigned seating bullshit, and there's someone right next to me, and it's just like what that kind of I mean every time I saw it in the theater was cool, and seeing it with Beth was fun, and the screen was really huge, so it's always fun to see it in the theater. But those are my 3 experiences with the first film in the theater.
Interesting. So, I'm gathering that by your dad making that bit of mistake there, he wasn't like a big horror guy like you are, or
No, nothing like your dad, was. He he enjoyed the films, but I think it's fair to say he didn't need to see these movies over and over and over like I did. So that was probably his only issue. Like he's probably maybe at that time maybe he'd seen Friday the 13th enough, and would just as soon have probably seen Halloween in the theater. Apparently, I guess, but he wasn't a huge horror fan, but when I mean, I guess it just boils down to just he didn't need to see these things multiple times like I did. He enjoyed when I was a kid and we were watching this stuff for the first time. He got a kick out of seeing the stuff, initially, but you can understand why, someone my dad's age wouldn't be so keen on wanting to see the same stuff over and over.
yeah, I guess also it's maybe a little bit of a generational thing too. Like back then, I guess, when your dad was coming up, they were used to seeing something maybe once in the theater or once on TV, and then you probably wouldn't see it again until like 20 years later because it just wasn't any other way to see it. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
guess maybe that would play into it a little bit.
exactly right. If it wasn't on TV, then there's really no way to see it back in the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah. Do you mind me asking, like, how, like, what year was your dad born, sort of thing?
Oh, 47.
Oh, okay. So yeah. I thought he would be a fair bit older than my dad. My dad was born in '62, so yeah. But yeah, like my dad was in like he was a pretty big Friday fan, and he enjoyed watching them multiple times too. But like not to the extent that we do. Though, like don't get me wrong, he would have seen these quite a bit, but not to the ad nauseum effect, I guess that people like you and I do. But but yeah, like my yeah theatrical experience with these films is I have seen the first one I've seen twice in theaters. The first time I saw it was in an actual marathon. Man, they were showing the first eight back in 2014. It was literally I think like a couple of months or so just after my dad had passed away, and it was a real shame because like for years that was like the one thing that my dad would like rib me over, man. He'd be like, well, as much as you love Friday the 13th, don't forget that you've never seen any of the earlier ones in the theater. Like I got to see them when they first came out, sort of thing. You know what I mean? So he'd playfully give me crap about that. You know what I mean? And I got to see them, but literally just months after he passed. But so that was a blast. I got to see the first eight. It was like a huge marathon. A buddy of mine that I didn't wasn't like, oh well, he was a friend in a way. I met him at a convention I think earlier that year, and he was the one that told me about the marathon. And I was supposed to meet up with him. He was supposed to go too, but he's a teacher and stuff, and I think he got stuck writing papers, so he missed it. I'm like, man, how can you miss this? There's no way I'm missing it. I don't care. And I actually had a knee injury at the time, so I kind of like hobble. I remember like hobbling to the theater, and I remember I got into the theater and literally sat down, got my seat, and like it was literally moments after that, like the first movie began. But that was a blast. Yeah, I think the first one started at like 11 o'clock at night, and by the time Jason Takes Manhattan was done with, it was like 12:30 the next day. So it
And
was quite the experience.
and there were only four people
And then
left
the
in the
second, sorry.
and there were only four people left in the theater by the time Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was like probably a handful of us at best. I think I mentioned it on one of the earlier streams, but like it was pretty packed. Through like the first three films or so. Like wasn't a huge theater, but it was like a nice little like kind of like nook kind of like theater off to the side, like and this like pretty decent size like old multiplex kind of theater. This theater looks like it's been around probably since the 80s, and it's like a cubby hut kind of theater where like, there's all these like little like staircases that lead to like these little like theater viewing rooms. It was like often like one of those, which was kind of cool and stuff. And yeah, like by the time we got to like the third, after the third movie, like yeah, like maybe you get like a dozen people would leave after that, and yeah, like by the time you got to, I think it was like part six was like when the theater got down to at least like less than half full, and by the time you got to like parts seven and stuff, yeah, it was like maybe I don't know like a dozen people, and then you had more people even left after that. So, but yeah, it was a real blast. And then I got to see the first one, yeah, pretty much a similar experience to the last time you saw it. Was just like yeah, in a multiplex digital projection, and yeah, that's yeah my yeah theatrical experiences with the films. It would be really cool to go to another marathon one of these days. I kind of hope that that classic theater I go to, the Astor, I really hope they do it one of these days. But yeah.
Very cool. What's your thoughts on the two Jeeps that are like the exact same color?
Yeah, the one that Christie has and the one that Mrs. Voorhees has. Yeah, I often have, like, I don't think I've ever seen a definitive, the definitive answer to that. But are they actually the same Jeep and they just use them for both parts of the movie to try to,
That's
I
that's
guess, maybe save on a vehicle and
that's
not only that, but try to also lead on the idea that Mr. Christie could be the killer?
that's my guess is that it's the same Jeep, and I want to say it's possible that it's even parked at that in Friday Part Two at that casino when they all go dancing and stuff. There's a Jeep with the same color. It might be the same one. Maybe it was Steve Miner's or something.
Really, I've never noticed that. That's a first on me.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean
there
it's
is another little tidbit about that exact scene you're talking about, which I won't mention right now because it's in the second movie. I'll bring that up. Talk about the second one if I remember that. But yeah, that's interesting. I did not know that.
yeah, I mean it's the same.
Yeah,
It's this.
Steve Miner does seem like someone who would drive a Jeep, doesn't he? Yeah, you were saying.
Oh, I was just saying that, yeah, it's the same color. I'm not saying it's the same one, but it very well might be. So it's only a year later, so maybe it was Steve Miners or someone on the cruise. It's possible.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, the scene with the cop that's I find that scene that's hilarious. Just how he tries to assert his authority with him and that. You know, we're not going to stand for no witness out here. And the way he like drives off, like you can totally tell the way he rides off, you can totally tell that he almost stacks the bike, and I think he did. Like I think they cut it just before he stacked that yeah motorcycle, and I don't think he'd ever ridden a motorcycle before.
Yeah, I think he said that in his interview on that thingy on that I watched on YouTube that whatever it's called that big long documentary. He never even rid one before, and it's so funny how when he's just trying to actually make his way out of there up the hill on that path, how they put this motorcycle sound that sounds like it's in a race or going all fast. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Um, Another thing I think is pretty funny is the scene where Alice is like getting ready to like put all the pots and pans and stuff away and stuff, and she opens that pantry, and Crazy Ralph's just standing there waiting, and it's like, how long was he in that pantry waiting
Yeah.
just for someone to open it?
uh,
Yeah, I've often thought that was pretty humorous. Like, yeah,
well,
it's like standing there for like a good 2 hours waiting.
Exactly, and seeing as how we're talking about the pantry, why the hell is there a lock on the inside of the pantry door that is conveniently there for the end scene when Alice locks herself in there?
Interesting. Yeah, I've thought of that before as well. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't make any sense for that to be there. I think actually they built that pantry too. I think that's like the one thing that was in that that wasn't in that cabin. Yeah, I think they specifically they built that, and the the like yeah the building that's the toilet shower block area that you see Marcy in later, and I'm blanking on her name again. The other character,
Brenda.
um, Brenda. I don't know why I keep forgetting her name, but yeah, that they built that apparently. It was like a shell or something, and they built that into like a shower block area. But yeah, apart from that though, everything else was there. But yeah, maybe now is a good time to like start gushing over the legendary Harry Manfredini and his legendary score.
Yeah, I kept thinking we can't forget to mention that, but we might as well start gushing over it and talking about because we didn't even mention the iconic freaking opening title sequence and that classic beyond classic, logo coming at the screen and breaking the window. I mean, how freaking iconic is that? And holy shit! And the music, yeah, the music was getting back to me, just really coming to appreciate the film when I was 13. The music was such a not was, but is still, was and is still just such a huge part of that movie. And the movie's already, because of the absolutely perfect, filming location, it's already got the atmosphere that is just perfection. But adding on and Harry Manfredini's contribution, I mean, it just becomes, it becomes beyond perfect.
It really does, and yeah, touching on the opening of the film, yeah, with the frightening lettering, yeah, smashing through the glass and stuff. It really is just so iconic, and I don't know if it's just me or whatever, but you really don't see that either in movies anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they make like a big deal about the title of the movie and stuff. It's sort of just in a lot of films, it seems like they just flash up the title of the movie like for a second, and that's kind of it. You know what I mean? But I think when you do something like that, like what they did with Friday Night for the title and stuff, and the credits themselves, like it really does set a tone for the film. You know what I mean? And the music itself, like, kind of, yeah, it really does, you know, put you on the edge of your seat. You know what I mean? Especially when, you've just seen these two kids get slaughtered, and then you get this creepy friggin' theme that starts playing. So I think it's very effective in that manner. And yeah, I just think Harry is he's a genius, man. He really knocked it out of the park. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing about the score that I would change and think that could have been done better. And I mean, and not only that, but we've also got to mention that it was him who came up with the iconic, you know what I mean? Like he came up with all that stuff. So yeah, the man really does deserve all the credit in the world for making the film as successful and working as well as it does. I mean, without that score, it's literally only half a movie, Nate, to me, you know.
Oh, absolutely. I remember. I don't know if it was an interview or some interview that I saw or read online or something like that. But I remember back before the soundtracks were available on CD and stuff that he I guess for years and years and years the recordings had been lost, and he was working hard to try to replicate it with his whatever synthesizer and this and that, and for years and years and years he was just bummed that the original recording had been lost. And I can't remember if like I say if it was an actual interview or something, an interview I read, but I remember him like being surprised that people wanted, he thought, well, maybe they just wanted the opening credits, music, and then maybe something else, and then Fly Away Tiny Sparrow. But he was surprised that fans, they wanted everything. They wanted every single second of music cue from the movie, like as if, I don't know, like he thought it just seems really weird to me that that would surprise him. Like, no, I mean, every freaking second of it is important to us.
Yeah, I think I remember something about that. Yeah, like the original recordings were like lost for a time. So I'm gathering that he didn't have to re-record everything; that they found them at some point. That's, I'm guessing, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, basically when they did the remasterings in '09 or whatever for the, I don't know if you got these these remastered DVDs, Blu-rays in down under around that time, but it's basically in North America in 2009 is when they like remastered the first 8 films, and they made them all like 5.1 digital surround and stuff like that. So I guess,
Yeah, I remember all. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. Yeah.
so when they did all that, they were able to actually take, based on making those new sound mixes and stuff, they were actually able to abstract or what do I say? Extract the soundtracks more or less from those remixing of the sound for the movies in that way. And like it was in 2012 or something like that, they put out a ridiculously too limited CD collection of the first 6 films that were, basically.
I was hoping you were going to mention that. Yeah, that is so sought after. I've wanted that set for years, man. Like I almost got it on eBay a few years ago. It was like $250. I decided not to at the last minute, but yeah, I've always wanted that. Yeah, collection. Yeah, that when they released it, the first 6, yeah, soundtracks.
Yeah, I got it not long after it came out. I can't remember what I paid. I don't, well, it doesn't matter. Whatever it was worth it. I want to say that I might have only paid 100, but I was lucky to get one of them that was signed. I tried to showcase this years ago, and
Uh-huh.
one of the blooper reels, there's a bunch of bloopers of me trying to showcase this, and I just couldn't even do it, so I gave up. But I've been meaning to make a video about this little CD collection that's got autographs from Harry Manfredini and Richard Brooker, and I don't know, several people involved with the franchise and stuff like that. So I was able to get a signed one because there's this place in California you're probably aware of called Dark Delicacies that a lot of signings are done at.
Yep.
Yeah, you probably, yeah, I figured you'd be aware
Yeah,
of
I'm
that.
very familiar with it. Yeah.
So they had a bunch of them signed at Dark Delicacies, and I was able to get one on eBay for, I want to say it was only $100, but very lucky to have that. But I think you can buy like the soundtracks from the each movie separately on CD now. Did you know that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh, I might have to pass on that information to you. Yeah, it's I think it's La La Land Records. I think you can buy each individual CD separately or soundtrack separately. So that might be, I don't know if you really wanted the box set, or if but if you want the some of the soundtracks, that might be a way to do it. And also they just recently put out, you're probably aware if you follow my channel, I guess they supposedly actually found the original recordings from the first film and put out a CD that features some new cues, some never unheard cues and stuff. They just recently put that out. I did a review on that as well within the last, I don't know, several months.
No, I didn't see that video that you did of that one. And I, yeah, wasn't aware of that. Which makes me think, man. Like, yeah, if they pulled, yeah, most of the score from the movie itself, like, yeah, it made me think straight away that there must be heaps of unused cues and stuff.
Yeah, well, apparently the CD that just recently came out was found. Apparently they actually did find the original recordings, and that's how they were able to include unused cues. But if you were to take the soundtrack from the actual movies, of course, the only thing what would be on the soundtrack is what was in the movie, because you're taking the
Yeah,
soundtrack
that's
from the movie.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, wait a sec.
But yeah, it's a bummer that you didn't happen to get that while it was more whatchamacallit affordable. But yeah, I'm pretty sure
Yeah, just one of those things that slipped me by, I guess. Yeah.
on LaLaLandRecords.com. I think you can get the film's CD soundtracks individual if one wants to. And I'm not really interested in these because Fred Mullen, but they do sell part 7 and 8 as well, which is kind of funny. But to each their own.
Yeah, I mean, part eight is like, in a way, it's barely a score in a way. It sort of sounds like something that was recorded in Port Bowl, you know what I mean? And then you got that awful, the darkest side of the night, fight for your life. Oh, dude. Like, no, just, no, thank you, bring back Harry. I mean, that's, pretty much, my thoughts on that. But he seems like a bit of an arrogant dude, and like I've seen him interviewed a few times, Fred Mullen and stuff. But I didn't know that. You mentioned it a little while ago that the reason, because you said because you were having correspondence emails with Harry, and that was the reason why he didn't do 7 and 8 was because it was like a Canadian thing in that, which I thought was pretty interesting. But yeah, I do really want to get that box set one of these days, even if it does cost me a few $100, because I mean, when it comes to Friday the 13th, man, there really isn't. I mean, money is kind of no object as long as I have the money,
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah, I mean, I have some pretty prized, Friday 13th memorabilia myself. One of the ones that I really love, don't know if I've ever mentioned this on the channel, but I have a signed, hand-drawn poster which has Alice, Jenny, Chris, and Trish, which is first four final girls, obviously. Has their images on the poster, and it has all four of them signed, hand signed by all four final girls, and it has the lake, and it has Campbell art and stuff, and that's pretty cool. And you have that framed and hanging in which is like my living room, but which I've pretty much retrofitted into a theater, which I call my theater. But that's one of my most prized Friday pieces, along with I have Jason figures and statues and stuff as well. But I really love that piece just because it's has a direct correlation with some of the alumni from the film, all from the films.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. I was gonna. Oh, yeah. One thing I was gonna say is, I get Adrienne King is a drawer in real life, isn't she?
Yeah, she is something of an artist. I think she's more of a painter. I know she does do painting and stuff. I think she's even painted a few pictures of Alice and stuff that have been auctioned off, which would be kind of cool to have one of those.
Well, I was
But
just.
it is cool how they incorporated that into her character, and even in the sequel, you can see there's some drawings that sketches and paintings and that she's been working on.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Like every time I watch the first film, I want to get a close look at her drawing of. I wish I could get an actual decent look at her drawing of. What the hell's his name? It escapes me.
Steve,
Steve, yeah, I want
Steve
actual,
Christie, yeah.
I want a decent shot of that drawing. You can kind of see it. You got to tilt your head, but it'd be really cool to have an actual decent shot of that. And does make you wonder whatever happened to that drawing and the ones from the beginning of part two and stuff. I really hope that they didn't just get thrown
Yeah, so
away.
she probably So she probably actually drew those things. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
never heard it being confirmed, but I'm guessing since she was really an artist and it was incorporated into her character, that they really were her sketches and stuff, which is pretty interesting.
I
But
hope.
like, I don't want to. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I like Alice. She's just not my favorite Bond. But yeah, she's still a cool character, no doubt.
No, I
But
mean, I don't.
another thing I find. Sorry, you go.
No, that's all right. You can go.
Okay, I just wanted to mention another like cool little Ned part that I think's pretty funny. Is where they're in that one. I think they're in the kitchen, and Alice is trying to get that light bulb to work, and it won't work, and um, Kevin Bacon, his character, starts talking about how like the town power lines are apparently a real pain in the ass, and how there's an emergency generator, and the way Ned takes him off, he's like, "Gotta love that macho talk, emergency generator." I always thought that was pretty funny, and that always gets a laugh out of me. And I like the way that uh, Deborah, is it? Yeah, Deborah kind of shrugs him off like, you're trying way too hard.
Yeah, I know. She's almost at that point kind of disgusted about his job. Brenda, you have a problem
Well,
with
not
her.
Deborah, Brenda. That's
She's got, yeah, at that point, she's just disgusted with his jokes. Like, get this guy away from me.
yeah, it sort of like reminds you of the whole Shelley and Vera thing in part three. Like it just gets to a point where she's just had enough of this guy. She's like, and you go on the wrong way about this whole thing.
Yep.
But yeah, I always thought that was pretty funny. Emergency generator.
Yep. He's trying to make a joke out of like everything, and people are so tired of him by then.
Yeah, I really can relate to his character in a way though, because I mean, I do dumb shit like that sometimes, and I've had women do that. I've had women be like, this guy's a complete clown, you know, you know.
Well,
It's
yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, that's kind of how my experience with women in high school and stuff was, is kind of like trying to win their affections with my annoying humor.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, sometimes I'd do that, but it was usually like when wasn't so much like I was trying to get with a girl. It's just like just my kind of natural goofball kind of attitude and that, which just who I truly am, I guess. But like I mean, there definitely is a part of me that would kind of in a weird kind of way, like I mean, kind of goes along with like my interest in acting anyway, because I've always had interest in acting. But sometimes I would put on a bit of a persona, like in front of some girls, because I knew that's try to be like what I thought they would want, sort of thing, and that's how I would be successful at times and stuff. But I think Ned he needs to learn to be a little bit less of himself at times.
Well, that's hard to do when
But
you're dead.
then he gets killed. So
Yeah, I mean that scene where
you
he,
were saying that's hard to do.
oh, it's hard to work on his personality when he's dead.
Yeah, Geed. It's a nice way. It's a nice little pronunciation of it, I think. Um, I think that cabin that he actually does get killed in, I think it's the same cabin that Jack and Marcy are in later. I think that's the one cabin that doesn't exist anymore. I think that's the one because I remember hearing about they had to tear one down because it just became into disrepair and stuff. But yeah, I think that cabin's no longer there anymore.
That'd be a bummer, but it only makes sense. Like if the one that's close to the water maybe gets a lot of rot as a result of the being next to the water. It seems to me there's at least another one that's no longer there. There's some picture of Adrian King, pretending she's holding up that gutter, remember, and just midair there. So there's at least
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Yeah.
yeah, that's a bummer, but at least like the main cabin or whatever seems to still be existing. What here we can't talk about the movie without talking about the all important kind of, well, we kind of talked about it when we talked about the whatchamacallit, the damn it, the word escapes me, the atmosphere of the movie, but the rain. I mean, how important and is the rain in these movies? I mean, how awesome is the thunderstorm?
Exactly, and it's something that pops up in just about every entry the franchise, dude. And I mean, Mrs. Voorhees at first, but I mean, to an extension, Jason. It's almost like Jason is a force of nature. You know what I mean? Like he's coming with the wind. You know what I mean? But yeah, the rain and yeah, the storm and all that. It really does add a lot to the atmosphere of the movie for sure.
Yeah, I just love that moment. I love pretty much every moment in the movie, but I love that moment where Marcy's in the bathroom and we see the door just kind of like it's so dark and all we can see is like the light from the outside and the light reflecting off the water on the ground and the door opens and just the nondescript, you know, feet or boots walk in with the beautiful music cue and it's just like oh my god, like every time that scene happens I'm just like wow. And I love that, like the kind of the track, you know, along the bottom of the bathroom stalls over to Marcy's naked feet. And yeah, the storm and the rain just adds so much to the movie.
Yeah, yeah. I think I know the shot you're talking about. Yeah, like the door just creepily opens and you just see the boots of the killer. That's and you get that music singer as well, which is yeah, a very creepy moment in the film is very well done. But I mean, I could sit here forever and just point out moments in the film that are just iconic and just really memorable and just ooze atmosphere. You know, another thing I did want to touch upon is I really like the scene where Marcy's telling Jack about her dream.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been a scene that I think it's really kind of very eerie the way she talks about like the blood washes away in little rivers and that, and it's sort of almost like some sort of foreshadowing of like what's going to happen to her. You know what I mean? It's pretty interesting, and without going into too much detail, there's kind of a homage, if you will, to this scene in the script that I've written for my Friday fan film. So yeah, I really took inspiration from that scene quite a bit.
Well, that's very cool. And yeah, I mean, now that you mention that, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it harkens back to, you know, in my opinion, just Victor Miller's, I don't know, almost kind of like, yeah, you just don't see scenes in movies like that anymore, especially horror movies that are just so, I don't know. It's just they've taken a moment out of the, you know, time away from the killing to have a character moment. And like you say, it's not only a character moment, but something that, unbeknownst to the two characters, one telling and one listening, it could be, you know, kind of a foreshadowing of their upcoming fate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. You really don't get that in movies much anymore. Where the movies kind of has a brief kind of pause, with the story, and you get like a little side plot, if you will. Look into like characters' thoughts and stuff in a little part of their life, which is interesting and adds a lot. You know what I mean? And just like overall, like all like the little shots you get of like the lake and the storm brewing, and like the trees, have the wind blowing through them. Like you just don't get like shots like that in movies much at all anymore. You know what I mean? So it's always just get to the next action beat or whatever the genre happens to be. I think the only thing you see kind of anything like that anymore in is like it has to be like a drama or something. You know what I mean? Where you get anything like that in a movie anymore. But they're all things that I would definitely emulate in my movie if I ever get to make it. Definitely.
Here's a question for you, and I think I mentioned this in my review of the film that I did not too long, just I don't know 4 or 5 years ago. At this point, time definitely flies, but I probably mentioned it in my commentary as well. But I can't quite, I've got a big, huge. One of the reasons, one of the many bazillion reasons I love this franchise and this film so much is because of the summertime country summer camp location, and I've always wondered to myself, like, is my and I love locations in summertime and in locations like this in real life, and I've often wondered, like, is do I love these locations in real life because of these, the Friday the 13th franchise, or do I love Friday the 13th franchise because of these locations that I love in real life? Like, they became a part of my life so early into my life that I don't know what came first, like my love of these locations or the movies. So what are your thoughts on that from your perspective?
That's a very interesting thought there. I mean, I'd probably say that for me, my perspective. I mean, obviously, I can't speak for you, but for me, I would say that it extends from my love of the movies first. I mean, I'd probably say I'd still like, think that like, the woods are cool and camps are cool and just, being on a lake in the summertime and things like that are still cool, inherently cool. But I think, like I can't even go to any of these places, mate, without thinking of Friday the 13th. Like I just can't, so I really do think it's something for me at least that my love extends to those things because inherently because of the franchise and like yourself, it's been with me such a very early development part of my life.
Well, that's very cool. And yeah, the more I was thinking about it when I was listening to your response, yeah, it's probably the same with me, I would imagine, because I got into the franchise, basically at the age of 12 and 12 and beyond. And I think my appreciation for these kind of locations really increased after I got into the franchise. And yeah, so I think that the movies really did make me appreciate the locations. I can remember being at when I was 14 years old, my dad's coworker buddy, he had a cabin on a lake, and we for 2 summers in a row, like right around 4th of July, which is a holiday in this country, we went to his cabin and we stayed in a tent on his property by the lake. And this is even on video from when I was 14 years old. Like he had a metal canoe, much like the ones in the movie. And after dinner, me and my dad took this metal canoe out, and it's on video, and it still exists now, and everything like that. And we got in, and we kind of pushed off, and we're on the water and making our way out. And a 14-year-old me says, "It's like the end of Friday the 13th." So I mean, it's the movies, I think, that really fostered my appreciation for just these environments, in my life. And it's hard to know, like, if I never really even found out about these movies, like, would these environments mean as much to me now as they do if I hadn't have discovered the franchise?
Yeah, yeah, it definitely is, an interesting thought, and yeah, I guess, I'd say that, from what you've said, that you're probably on the same wavelength I am, where it does very much extend from the franchise. Like, just even since I decided to start working on trying to get my own little Friday fan film made, um, I'll visit a few of these camps now. Like I went to one and stuff, and like the whole time I was there, I'm like this really does feel like somewhere where I can imagine Jason around at every corner or Parrot around every corner, and then just about a month ago, me and a buddy, like, so my friend who he loves doing all that sort of stuff too, like exploring new places and stuff. And yeah, we went to this other camp that I'd never been to that he went to growing up and stuff, which is like about an hour's drive from where I live. And we actually went there at night time. And that was really cool. Like we had flashlights and stuff, and I started playing like the Friday Night soundtracks on my phone through Spotify and that. And yeah, there was a lake, and there was a bridge over the lake, and there was all these trails and stuff. And yeah, it's just a really like cool atmospheric place that I really can't go to any kind of place like that without Friday Night being brought up, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd say it's fair to say that the franchise definitely helped us appreciate the beauty of these actual locations.
Yeah, I can kind of definitively say that that's exactly how it is for me because, like, even if I extend it even further to say Jason Takes Manhattan, okay, that's not a film that I love, but I can't deny that, like, part of the reason why I'd want to visit New York, even though a lot of the film wasn't even shot there, I mean, there's a part of me that wants to go to Times Square just so I can be like, oh yeah, cool, like Jason stood here once and like looked around and stuff, like. So I can kind of definitively say that's exactly how my mind works on that subject.
Yeah, I hear you. Like Friday the 13th can even make you want to go to Times Square.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty interesting, man. Like I said, there's just so many facets to this franchise. That influence my everyday life in a way. You know what I mean? Like, this is gonna sound kind of strange, but like, I can even remember like early memories of like hooking up with girls, right? Like when I was like a preteen and then even a teenager and stuff, and kind of having that thought in the back of my head, like, like kind of doing something right now I shouldn't be doing. You know what I mean? Like, am I gonna get punished for this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is Jason gonna come bursting through the door and like kill me for doing this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it really is something that does dwell on my mind a lot.
Oh my God. I can just see young Jesse with the ladies and we're looking at the door worried it's gonna splinter into a million pieces and Hockey Man, a goalie would come crashing through.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, and even more so, like even after playing the video games, like the video game, I've played the game so much that like it almost even feels like I've been to some of these places now. Like it's weird. Like now when I watch the movies after playing so much of the game, it's almost like a surreal feeling. Like it almost feels like even more so that like I've been to these places because like the game is just so burnt into my mind, and they got so much right with the game, and they really carbon copied a lot of stuff that's in the movies in the game, which is also very interesting. It's a bit of a shame, man, that you never got on that because I'm telling you, like, especially when it was a new thing, like it really was a Friday Night fans wet dream that video game. I'll tell you.
Well, okay, let me briefly ask you this, like you being such a huge fan of the film, like we've talked about this a little bit before, but so the locations are pretty authentic to the locations. I mean,
Yeah, pretty close, man. It's at least like in the ballpark of like 95%, I guess. Like, they had to embellish a few little things here and there just because of like landscape of how gaming is done and stuff. Like they had to expand. Like, there's like the thought of like, there's more cabins on Crystal Lake than you probably see in the movie. You know what I mean? Like little things like that. But like, there's so many like iconic things from the movies that are in the game. Like just an example, like in part two, like the game has the Packanack Lodge in it. Like it looks, you can walk around it and it looks pretty close the way it does in the movie. You know what I mean? And like when you walk around it, yeah, I know it's a video game, of course, but I've walked around that building in that game so much. And when I watch the movie, it's a weird kind of jarring, like melding sensation where it's like I feel like I've been here. You know, like it's really cool in that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Well, when you're holding a controller and you're playing the game and you're deciding like where to go at one of these locations that's pretty faithful reproduction of a location from a movie, I can see how you'd have that feeling almost like a memory of being there. Yeah, and unfortunately, with the case of that building from part two, I mean that game is as close as you're gonna come to actually visiting that.
Yeah, yeah, that really sucks. Yeah, they really screwed the pooch on pulling that one down, and that could have been another tourist trap. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, that is my favorite location out of any of the films. I mean, as much as I love the first movie, the location, the first movie, and then the second one even more so for me. Like, I mean, it probably extends to also the second movie yeah, being my favorite of the franchise. So there is that, but it also helps. Like I mostly play games and watch movies in my theater. So like, not only am I playing through this experience on a controller, but it's on a screen that's the size of a wall, so it's very immersive. So that also would extend to like the feeling of like I feel like I've been here before.
Yeah, that's absolutely understandable.
But I just wanted to touch upon like the iconic Kevin Bacon kill. Like I remember seeing that as a kid, on VHS before you had crystal clear picture and stuff, and um, I do remember that really shocking me. Like as a kid, I did not expect that arrow to come through the bed like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I would imagine all three of the times I saw it in the theater, I think the hand on his forehead. I think there's pretty substantial jump in the theater every time when that happened. I mean, it's just a timeless kind of a thing that always seems to startle the viewer.
Yeah, I do remember seeing like interviews with Cunningham where I think when they were coming up with like I don't know if the kills. That's one thing I've never actually heard. Like I don't know if Victor actually came up with any of the kills. Like I don't know if the kills are in the script or what, or if that was something they more worked out when Savini got on board and stuff. But I remember Cunningham talking about they would have discussions and stuff like, what's the creepiest like thing you can think about, like happening to you and that, and it's like you think there's someone under the bed, So I think that's where that idea came from that kill. But do you know about like the interesting, funny little story about like how Savini executed that kill?
Oh, you mean with the hose getting clogged?
Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting little story that with him and his assistant on the film was Tasso, and when they were yeah trying to use the plunger to spurt the blood up through the hose. The plunger broke, and Tasso had to push it up manually using his mouth, and that's why you get that great trickle of the blood like spurting out of his neck and stuff. It was a happy accident. He came out from underneath the bed and he was just covered in sheep's blood. That's what apparently they used for blood in that scene. That's what Victor Miller said.
Oh my
And they're like, what
God.
happened? He's like, oh, the plunger broke, so I had to push it up through my mouth. And so it's a happy little accident there. But talk about figure out, but it definitely yeah, it works good and it's immortalized on film.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that is one of the bummer things. As much as I
Yeah.
what's that?
Oh no, all good. You go.
It is one of the bummer things. As much as I like to experience the movie on Blu-ray, just that it doesn't. The kills don't hold up that wonderfully on the Blu-ray. But oh well.
Yeah, that's the yeah. It is the one entry in the series that I really kind of boycott when I can about watching it. Yeah, Blu-ray quality because yeah, it is just very noticeable nowadays. You know, it's yeah, it's a shame. It's almost like um for those scenes they should have tried to color grade it maybe a little better. Like I mean, with color grading and stuff, you think they could like make that mannequin body, look, make the skin tone look a lot closer to a real skin tone and stuff. I don't think that would be that hard to do. I don't think that would take that much work to do. But if you're going to release, that's the thing. Like, if you're going to release some of these older films on Blu-ray, like you should really think about those sort of things and yeah, obviously try to make it as an effective experience as you can. Especially like would be people that would see it like that for the first time.
Yeah, a little bit of a bummer, but the rest of the movie that when the kills aren't happening just looks beautiful in Blu-ray, and the grain is wonderfully maintained and everything like that. Here's a quick question for you. What about the scene, the end of the strip Monopoly scene where Alice is just about to take off her shirt and is stopped by the gust of wind, and then like when Brenda is putting on her raincoat, she kind of leans in at Alice, and it's just like too bad. Is something. The line is something to the effect of, well, we'll have to continue this another night, and leans in and looks at Alice just when it was getting interesting. Like, what's that about?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she swings both ways. I mean, who knows? I mean, it was not, it was like 1980, but hey, you know, I wouldn't be against watching that action. If I was Bill, I'd sit there and sit back and watch that go down. But yeah, that's the funny thing though about like I've heard people talk about this, like the whole strip Monopoly scene. Like Monopoly's not the sort of game you would think that you'd want to play like a striptease to, like because isn't it like I mean I think I've only ever played Monopoly once, but doesn't it take like a couple of hours or something to like finish the game?
Yeah, it's
So I
not.
mean
It's
that's a
yeah,
long kind of time to like, slowly strip it down, isn't it?
yeah. That's a good point. I can just see like a Friday fan film in the future by the name of Strip Monopoly. That'd be a funny title for a Friday fan film.
The but like going back to like some of those just eerie shots you get of like like a shot like a static shot of like looking in on like the bathroom stall with like the rain coming down. Like you just don't get that anymore, man. It's just so atmospheric. But that is one of the like the those kind of coupling scenes of Marcy and Brenda in the bathroom. I got it right that time, Brenda.
I was gonna say, wow, you
In the
did it.
bathroom. Um, but yeah, that's some of the creepiest moments in the movie. Like especially when Brenda is in there later and you see the hand, and
Oh,
like man, by that point, Marcy's copped it, and you just know that like the killer's working in there, and yeah, it's the sort of things that I think are just missing a lot from films nowadays. Like just really creepy, like they're subtle but creepy moments. Um, like Black Christmas is full of things like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, you don't get stuff like that anymore.
yeah. What I love
But
about
um,
what I love about that scene is she got she, she wants to, the windows are like, Marcy's in there by the whatchamacallit, the sinks, and they're like right in front of windows, and she wants to, Mrs. Voorhees wants to get her away from the windows, and so she lures her into the, the shower stalls or whatever to offer there, and it's like, okay, one is done, and now she tries to get another one the same way, and I just think it's really cool that it doesn't happen, like, Brenda isn't as inquisitive enough about the noises. And it's funny, like when Brenda walks out and they just cut back to the dark shower stalls, I always kind of almost feel bad for Mrs. Voorhees, because she's just like in there going, damn it.
Yeah. You get that like eerie, shot that kind of lingers, and you just know she's standing there like, God damn it, it didn't work this time. But that really isn't it. That is probably though like the Marcy kill, probably my favorite kill in the movie, to be honest. Like I love Jack's kill, but I don't know. There's something about the way Savini set this one up, like like the way he had the axe hit the light first to like give it weight, and then like then it obviously comes into contact with her face, and I still reckon that kill's pretty effective. I don't think that looks any worse on Blu-ray than it does the other formats. It's pretty convincing, I think, that kill.
Oh yeah, this huge freaking axe just embedded in her face, and she just slides down. Yep, yep, yep.
It's definitely not the way you want to go, is it?
Oh my God, no! I'd rather get the arrow through the neck.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think that would be probably a little bit quicker, maybe. Probably less painful too. It's a smaller implement getting inserted into your body than a huge axe right in your freaking head. Can
Yep.
you imagine that? Like, you ever thought about like the aftermath of like, by the time the cops show up and they're discovering all these bodies and that, like, geez, it'd be when they come across like Marcy, it'd be quite the shock, wouldn't it?
Oh my God, or Bill hanging from the door with the arrows all stuck in him. Holy shit.
Yeah, I've often thought about that. Like, what did she do? Like, she put like shoot him with one arrow and then hang him up and put more in him, or did she like shoot him with all of them and then hung him up? Like, I've often thought about that.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know. And what's so funny is this guy who was like the, I don't know, the most unoffensive of all of them seemed to get it worse.
Yeah, that's true. He's the son of is it Bing Crosby, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
You know
Yep.
that? Yeah, he's like his youngest son, and I think his dad died like not long before he actually did the film. And I do know the blood they put on his face got into his eyes and affected his eyesight. I think he was like half blind for like a day.
I know that was on like the new Blu-ray special features interviews. I was so
Yeah,
disappointed when I heard that. I was kind of pissed at Tom Savini, honestly. That's really sloppy. That sucks.
yeah. You do hear about that sort of thing. Yeah, sometimes like the makeup effects can actually affect the actors. Like I know in like this is like a reference going way back, but I know the original Wizard of Oz, um, the the Wicked Witch, man. Like I know they had like when she comes out of like that trapdoor or whatever, if I remember correctly, like some sort of trapdoor she comes out at one point in the movie, like the flames like hit the makeup that was on her face a bit, and the makeup was like extremely flammable, and she got to be burnt. I remember hearing about that.
Oh
But
no.
yeah, it's kind of sloppy.
Yeah, taking risks, unnecessary risks.
Yep. It did you ever think like it's kind of um a bit of a dick move also by like Sid Christie, like he leaves these kids to like fix the camp and he just like goes out and sips seems like he just goes out and sips coffee like for the rest of the afternoon and the evening. He's like comes back late at night, like, oh yeah, they'd be finished their jobs for the day by now. I'll come back to the camp now.
Yeah, it never really bothered me,
Like
honest.
typical boss.
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
honestly, the kid, the young people that are the counselors probably just would rather have him gone, honestly. So they probably didn't mind. But yeah, it was out. It's every time I watch it, it's kind of funny how they seem to make like Steve Christie look like a potential suspect, especially with the matching jeeps and stuff like that. And yeah, it's kind of like even I mean up until he gets well, I mean he can't really be a suspect once I think after Marcy dies or whatever or someone dies they cut to him at the diner. I mean at that point I don't think he can be a suspect anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think of like kind of the comments that some fans make where they're like, oh, this whole movie is unbelievable. Yeah, that a middle aged woman is like doing some of these killings that she does in the movie. Like it seems like she's abnormally strong for like a woman.
Well, I guess my answer would be it's not necessarily her personality that's driving her actions, and I guess it's another more masculine personality, a younger personality. So that personality can give her the strength. It's like the old story about the mother, lifting the car off her kid. When she needs the strength or whatever, you got a masculine younger personality commanding your body. Maybe it gives you a little extra strength.
Yeah, that's pretty much my rebuttal. What I say to people. Yeah, like, and you got to remember, like, she's fucking bug nuts crazy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, from what my understanding is, like, even like, yeah, like, I mean, you got the whole like mother angle that you just talked about, and then on top of that, like, people who, for lack of a better term, are supposed to be mentally unstable or whatever. You know what I mean? They're known to be abnormally strong. So, yeah, that never bothered me, but I do know there are fans that struggle with it.
Yeah, I mean, people that when I love a movie or something like that, I don't bother with. I enjoy the stuff I enjoy, and I don't bother with like that nitpicking and stuff. I know there are people like that out there, but I mean, I don't even do it with movies I don't like. I mean, I don't have that nitpicking mentality. It's just yeah, I just try to enjoy things and not. I suppose if some movie is like super duper renowned or something, maybe I'll give it a little more of a hard time. But definitely not with something I'm passionate about. It's like I don't give a shit if it's unrealistic. I just eat it up.
Yeah, very good point. Very well said. Um, Another thing I wanted to touch upon is like for me in like kind of a strange way. I almost kind of think of the first movie like this first movie is a bit of a prequel. Now, kind of feels like a bit of a prequel to the story that follows afterwards, which is with Jason and stuff. You ever thought about it kind of like that?
Well, no, not necessarily, but I can definitely see what you mean. I mean, I can understand what you mean. Yeah, I never looked at it that way, but that's okay.
Yeah, yeah. I've thought that for a while, and I have had I have heard some other fans bring it up and stuff. And also, I wanted to mention like obviously, like I said, I've always we discussed at the beginning of the episode that yeah, I've always enjoyed this movie since I was a kid. But I will admit though, there were some times like around like my teen years and stuff where sometimes I would skip the first movie. I'd go straight to number two. I didn't always watch the first one. But there was a time in my life where sometimes I just wanted to get to Jason. Did you ever go through that, like any of that kind of phase with the franchise, or?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, like you say, I mean, we're pretty 30 years away from me being a teenager, and it's hard to remember. But the only thing I can think of, along those terms, were just kind of when I first saw it for the first time. It's like it didn't do a lot for me initially, but I think after I warmed up to it, I never necessarily did that. I know that my buddy and I, like 30 years ago now, we really did gravitate. We did really get into. It's funny because like when I was 13 and 14, I got into the first film a lot, and then when I was 15, I really heavily got into the second film. That's when we did that fan film that I showed you, and yeah, I mean,
What year was that?
that was 92.
Oh, okay. Now, like I said, like I do know there are like a couple of fan films that were made in the '90s, like maybe around that time. But it's just I find it really interesting though, like some of the things that you have in that little fan film that is like, yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I see in like some of the fan films that they make now. Because I've seen quite a few. I've seen quite a few of the fan films. Like most of the I guess more high profile ones are more the ones that get more attention. But yeah, I found that pretty interesting. Even though like I know it probably wasn't, well, wouldn't have been intentional because that was just like what you had available to you at the time. But even like the camera that you used, like gives it that retro look. You know what I mean? Which I know like a lot of the fan films go for nowadays, and just even movies in general.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's not it was intended. It was the only camera we had available. But yeah, I did really used to love that camera because the resolution was so shitty that you could get away with anything. I mean, it was really fun.
Yeah, that really would be a plus. Um, I did want to bring up, yeah, the creepiest scene for me in this movie is where it's, it's not Deborah. What is it?
Oh shit!
Off flanked again.
I'm just gonna sit here until you remember it. Brenda.
God damn you, Brenda. I'm bad with names, man. But the thing is, if we weren't recording, I'd probably remember it straight off the bat. Dude. That's the weird thing. Once you get recorded, like once you kind of you got to really think about what you're saying. Like things don't come to you as easy. But yeah, the scene where Brenda's in her room and there's that one shot where it looks like she's writing something and Mrs. Voorhees is watching her through the window and she's like rustling around the tree and stuff. It's very creepy, man. To think that, like just imagine if that was you, like you're in this cabin and there's like, a psychopathic killer like peering in through a window at you.
And what's so
Very
creepy
creepy stuff.
what's so creepy about it is, what she's got in interior she's got light indoors and it's, dark outside. So she, Mrs. Voorhees is right there outside the window, but she can't see her outside, because it's dark outside and light inside, it's just, but like you say, that camera shot, it starts back a ways where you're kind of looking through the leaves and then it pushes through the wet leaves. It's just so awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And then like they really step it up another notch with the creep factor where she's in bed and then all of a sudden she just hears, "Help me!" Oh, dude, if that was me, I don't give a shit. I would not leave that cabin. There's no way. Like, I wouldn't even believe it was a child because, like, I mean, there's no kids on the cabin to begin with. And if it was a kid, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for saving a kid when they're in peril, but like not under those circumstances. I'm not going out. I'm not going out there. You way.
So what are your thoughts on the voice? Is it Mrs. Voorhees just doing the voice, or does she got some victim kid that she's making say the voice?
Well, that's something I've never thought of. That's never occurred to me.
Oh wow.
No, just always thought that yeah, it was her because like later on she does it as well, where she's talking in Jason's voice. She's like, "Get her, mommy, get her, kill her." Like I've just always assumed it was her. Like you've thought about that, have you? That like some kid that she's got.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I think we can both agree that the actual voice is an actual kid, like probably a young girl or something like that. That's not Betsy Palmer's voice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, obviously that's yeah, obviously a factor.
And
Um,
I don't know how much you
but
thought.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know how much you thought about this, but I'm of the opinion that the girl who did that "Help me" is the same girl from the beginning of part two doing "Itsy Bitsy Spider."
That's interesting. No, I've never thought about that actually.
It might just be like
But I
some.
do know that Jason in that scene's a woman. I know that.
I know I was disappointed to learn that out actually.
Yeah, so was I. And now when I watch it, I can't not think about that.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, it always dwells on me every time I watch it.
that's one of the disadvantages of of getting trying to get as much behind the scenes facts as you can. That's a fact that I just as soon not know. But honestly, every time I watch it, there was always something off about I always knew that those feet weren't it didn't belong to whoever was performing in the rest of the movie, but I had no idea it was a woman. I don't understand why they had to do a woman do it, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I always thought it kind of looked off. Yeah, I was like, this doesn't seem like it's Steve Dash. I've often thought that even way before I knew. And it's funny you bring that up. Yeah, like that's sort of like the backlash of finding out all the behind the scenes stuff. Not that I regret looking into all that stuff because for the most part it's stuff that I find deeply interesting. But that was something that my dad never really got into or cared for, or was kind of in a way almost kind of puzzled like why I was so into it. Like he thought it was cooler just to watch the movie. He didn't really care so much about like learning, all the nitty gritty behind the scenes kind of things. Like I remember when DVD became, first became big and stuff, and I started buying all these special editions and stuff, and he kind of laughed. He's like, I don't get the appeal of like listening to a commentary or anything like that.
To finding out those feet at the beginning of part two are women, like that's something I definitely wish I never heard. So I can definitely understand where he's coming from. Like he didn't want it to ruin the movie. That's understandable.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, it just also comes down to it's just not everyone's thing. I guess you know what I mean. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, my dad was a movie buff, no doubt. You know what I mean. But like, I kind of I kicked it up, like like into turbo mode. You know what I mean. Like, I remember, when I got to the point where I was starting to collect like Jason statues and things like that. Like, I remember my dad like walking into my room and he's looking around. And he's like, I know I love movies, kid, but like you've really transcended this, haven't you? And I said, well, yeah, you created the monster. You got to deal with it now.
Oh no.
Yeah. But
Man, we sure covered a
yeah.
lot.
Also, I think. Sorry.
Oh, I said we sure covered a lot.
Yeah, we've covered quite a bit. Yeah. Are you still recording?
Yep, still recording.
Oh, cool. How are you going for time? Is it getting late where you are, or?
Yeah, it's pushing 10 p.m. I'm getting a little sleepy, but I'm good to go. A little longer. And if you want to head towards wrapping it up, I didn't know how much more you had to say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We definitely yeah, in the home stretch of things. Yeah, for sure. Um,
Yeah, it looks like
I just wanted to. I was
you
just gonna.
you've been on the phone for 3 hours and 46 minutes, or we've been on the phone for 3 hours and 46 minutes.
Gee, that's a stretch, isn't it?
Well,
um, yeah, I thought I was gonna try. Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe we could contain it to 2 hours, but yeah, I don't know. It's just so much to say, isn't there?
no, there's no point in rushing it if
Uh,
there's stuff to say. I mean, you just let it flow, I say.
yeah, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, obviously. I was just gonna go on to say that that screen that blood curdling screen that Brenda does is yeah, pretty chilling. Like the way Alice hears it, and you're like, ooh, shit, something's happening out there. But also, like, what's your thoughts on like when they discovered the axe and like Alice and Bill discovered the axe? Like, would that be enough for you to be like, yeah, I'm just going to leave right now, or like, would you keep investigating?
Yeah, I think that would be the time to leave right now, honestly, yeah. Even if I hadn't seen this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it takes to the point where they can't friggin', get an outside line on the phone where Ellis, it takes until that, Ellis is like, yeah, I really think we should, like, yeah, well, it might even be before that actually, because, yeah, she's talking about, I do really think we should call someone and stuff, and it's like, you should just leave. And then they try to get the car going, but it's obviously Mrs. Voorhees is, yeah, tampered with the car somehow, but, yeah, even if it meant I had to hike out of there, in the storm, I'd be gone. I would not hang around. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and honestly, how cool. It almost stands out. I mean, it almost stands out and almost doesn't seem to go with the rest of the movie, but in not a bad way, in a kind of a cool way. That really cool shot that's like in one shot of them going into the cabin and then, breaking the window, going into the cabin, trying to phone, and then the camera kind of pans over to the window when they go to the payphone, and then a camera, keeps panning over to see the wire cut on the outside of the cabin. Really a cool shot.
Yeah, I love that shot. Yeah, it really is. It really is eerie. Um, but yeah, it's like, I keep saying it, but yeah, you just don't see things like that in movies much anymore. Yeah, it's all quick cuts and stuff. But
Yeah, it's really a really a
yeah, it is the only time you see
it's really a lost art.
shooting in
That
the whole movie, isn't it?
it's really a lost art. Just letting shots just like linger and have just
Yeah,
their
be very
existence
plain.
on
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, exactly. But I also think it's pretty interesting, like how Betsy Palmer got casted. I wanted to speak a little bit about that. How her car broke down on, I think it was like the New Jersey Turnpike. She said, and, yeah, she had to get a gig, and her agent got her this movie. And he goes, "I got you a movie." And she's like, "Oh, cool." And he's like, "Yeah, there's just one catch. It's a horror movie." She's like, "Oh no." And then she's like, "Send me the script." And she read it, and she thought it was an absolute piece of shit. And that she thought, "Oh, no one will see it." And that, I think she actually said she wanted a Scirocco. That was the sort of car she wanted, and the car was going to cost her 10 grand, and the gig was going to pay 10 grand. And she said, "This will come, it'll go, and I'll have my Scirocco." So
I thought it was a
I always thought that was
Mercedes.
pretty. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I thought the car was a Mercedes, but maybe the Mercedes is what broke down. It doesn't matter.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right on that. Yeah, I think you're right on that. Um, But yeah, I do know. Like, I remember seeing one interview with her that was like probably maybe 5 years after the movie or something. So it would have been like mid-80s, where she was talking about like her, like, her acting history and stuff, and um, she actually said, she goes, "Oh yeah, I did Friday the 13th, but I don't even consider that a real movie."
Oh,
But that was before she hit the convention circuit. And then, yeah, there's other interviews where she's talking about like, she'd be out marketing and stuff, and someone would be behind her going, and she'd just ignore them and stuff. So I think it's really cool though that she changed her mind on it eventually, and yeah, I just it's perfect casting, But it was originally, there's an actress, I'm not familiar with her work at all, but I think her name was like Estelle Parsons or something. She was supposed to play Mrs. Voorhees at first, but for some reason she had to pull out. So it's really just, it's interesting when you think about that. Like, you hear about that a lot, that sort of stuff a lot, where one actor has to pull out and someone else gets it, and then it's almost like it's fate that happens a lot of the time. Or I don't know if you ever heard this one, but I'm pretty sure Sally Field was almost going to play Alice.
oh, damn.
Yeah, that could have been pretty interesting because she's a decent actress, but yeah, I still wouldn't have it any other way. But I like the moment too where just before Mr. Christie, Steve cops it, where you know that he recognizes that it's Mrs. Voorhees. Hey, he's like, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in this mess?" And he gets it. So obviously he remembers who she was, even though he probably hasn't seen her in 20 years.
Yeah,
Or has he? Or or does he see her from time to time in town, or whatever?
yeah, there you go. Just more questions that we don't know the answer to. That reminds me that a buddy of mine was, when we were 14, a buddy of mine was over at night, and we were outside dicking around at night, and my dad came around looking for us and with the flashlight, and I remember it was just like the same thing out of Friday the 13th. And I think I start going into the dialogue from Friday the 13th, because it was the same thing where my dad had the flashlight, so he was just all bright to us, and just out of the blackness. So I'm like, I said whatever line, like, "What are you doing out in this mess?" And then I'm like, "Ugh," and I just kind of hammed it up, and my buddy got a kick out of that. My buddy knew what I was doing.
That's a pretty cool moment in your life there.
Yeah, I wish
Even
that.
like, I love those POV shots. Like with that shot where Mrs. Voorhees is walking up to the generator room and stuff. That's very creepy.
Oh yeah, and just I can just remember the music too. The music walking up to the generator room, just that very simplistic. Just that I'm not a musician or anything, but just the very simplistic thing where he just kind of just did just dun 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 dun. It's just like really simple, but it's like
Yeah.
it's just so iconic. I don't know how something so simple became so iconic, but it sure did in my estimation.
Well, they say about a lot of things in life, keep it simple. You know what I mean? Simple and to the point. And a lot of the time, that's more effective than something that's overly complicated. But what were you going to say? Something about, you were saying something about you went into the dialogue from the movie, and you were saying something about you wished something.
Oh, I guess I was just gonna say I wish that would have been on video. So I got so much stuff, luckily, that from my youth on video, and I was gonna say I just wish that would have been on video, but at least I still got it in my memory, so that's almost as good.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You sound like you're like me. Like you said earlier, you got a pretty photographic memory, and I'm very much like that. Like, even to this day, like, I remember going to see Jason Goes to Hell in the theater, like, and I was only about 7 years old, 6, 7 years old at the time. So, and heaps of events from my early childhood I remember vividly. But Yeah, your mind can, if you got a mind like that, it's almost like a time machine in a way, isn't it?
Right. It's like earlier I was just playing back that damn elusive frickin' news news report, just supposed real true crime video, and I could just close my eyes and just see it played back, and it's just like,
I'd love to see that. Hey, like the more you talk about that, it just makes me want to see that.
that was just so frickin' it was just so goofy to me. Yeah, it's just so goofy. Because, like I say, if it wasn't the woman who played Annie, I mean, she looked exactly like her, so it was just really weird to me. It's just like, anyway.
If only you could remember what it was called. Hey, we could try to search it up. But yeah,
I know, I know. I almost shouldn't have
but
mentioned it. I don't want to torture you, but yeah.
no, it's just it really intrigued. It's another thing that I could put on the list to try to scour for.
You got that right.
But yeah. What about the scene where Bill's trying to fix the generator and you get that overwhelming thought that like someone's right there behind him? Mhm.
I know that's one of those scenes that just like tortures the viewer, and even though it's so funny, even though that I know what's going to happen, it kind of works. It kind of has that feeling every time. And honestly, that brings up another point. Is every time I watch this movie, the nighttime and the dark scenes and stuff like that do have that ominous, like she's out there somewhere, feel to them. And it's interesting how, like, every time I watch the movie, like when she arrives, Mrs. Voorhees shows up and is there, then I kind of feel like, oh, the threat is no longer out there in the darkness. It's so the darkness for me, every time I watch it, no longer is the threat. I mean, the threat's no longer somewhere hidden in the darkness anymore. So that's no longer the threat, but the trade off is the threat's right in front of you. But yeah, it's just the movie does have that sense of like. Just this some threat hiding in the dark and could pounce at any moment. And even if admittedly, I've seen it a bazillion times. Even if you've seen it a bazillion times, it still has that effect.
Totally. I totally agree with that. And it goes back to the old saying, less is more in some ways. Like the real fear is what you can't see. Once it's presented in front of you, it can still be scary, but the unknown is even more terrifying. And I just think, like, I'm sure I've mentioned this already, but I just this whole situation in this movie, just to me, is just it's so creepy. It's just so like because I can really put myself like in this situation. I can really because I have a very vivid imagination. And I just think to myself like, what would I do? You know what I mean? Like if I was in this situation, you know what I mean? And it's, this crazed woman is trying to axe me up or whatever. It's I don't know. It's just very creepy and just like the scene where Alice is making the whatever it is, coffee or tea or whatever. Like, obviously, that's a bit of a scene they kind of, I reckon, they added to try to pad out the runtime a little bit. But even so, like, it's a very creepy scene. You know what I mean? Like, just you can tell she's thinking about like what's going on and everything that she's seen now with the axe and not being able to get anyone on the phone. And even like when she walks back into the pantry, like when she opens that door, like I imagine like a lot of people on their first time view because like the first time she did that, Crazy Ralph was standing there. So like, would she open the door? Would Ralph be there again or would the killer be there,
Oh, good point. Yeah. They almost should have had her like kind of peek in it before she opened it all the way. That would have been fun.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I just think I mean, yeah, I remember when I first saw this, like I'm pretty sure, yeah, I would have had that same reaction that most people had where when Mrs. Voorhees showed up, I was kind of I was like, I don't know if she can be trusted, like even from the get go. Like as soon as like Alice runs on through, I'm like, I don't know, like I don't know about this chick that just randomly shows up. What about you? Do you have any memories of that at all? Like what you thought initially, like when she first popped up on screen, or
No, I would imagine I was kind of like probably the same as you, kind of like, okay, this is this far into the movie, everyone's dead. This is really random. Like, who the hell is this? And that's kind of why we talked about it weeks ago on the show. That's kind of why I don't agree with the idea of ever seeing her in any context before, in the movie before, where any kind of dialogue context anyway, where we just, I do like seeing her for the very first time like this because it just makes you go, as the viewer, just like, who the hell is this and why the hell are you here, kind of thing. So probably I had the same thoughts as you probably the first time I saw it, like, who is this and why? And yeah, something's off.
yeah, exactly. But another thing I wanted to mention is something that works in this movie's favor, which pretty much comes about just because they had no choice. But the lack of lighting sometimes. Have you ever thought of that? Like, obviously, you can tell the movie isn't as lit as well as it probably could have been. You know what I mean? But I think that works. It works in its favor. Like there's a lot of shots where you can tell, like, if this movie had, like, higher budget, they would have lit it. In my opinion, it would have been a little bit too overlit. But yeah, the lack of lighting sometimes really adds a lot to it. Like, a lot of the shadows are a lot deeper and stuff.
That's a really good point and something that I would have forgot to mention. That's one of the things that really, for me, this movie really stands apart from the sequels in that way because, and let's face it, I mean, it's probably not a decision they made willingly. It's probably just a budgetary thing. But I think it's one of those situations where the low budget has actually definitely helped in that situation because I think it's a much scarier movie having the Dark Knight actually be dark versus like how even the movies look, even part two, and I mean three is really crazy light, probably because of the 3D, but by the time they get to three at night it's like so bright that it's but yeah, absolutely, the darkness of the night is one of the things that for me really sets this movie apart from the sequels.
Yeah, I think part two they retained a bit of it. Like, yeah, it's not overlit. Still retains some of this, lighting atmosphere that the first one has, but not as to the extent the first one has. But yeah, you're right. By the time you get to part three, like it's almost like a Disney movie, in some ways. But yeah, it definitely adds a lot to it. That's definitely for sure. And yeah, it's just funny that, yeah, it's just something that happened pretty much because they had no other choice but to do it that way.
It's funny how there's that one shot though where Alice is hiding behind like the dock pieces that are all stacked up. It's like the one shot in the movie that actually looks like it's really it's kind of out of place. It's the one shot in the movie that looks like more of traditional Hollywood nighttime cinematography, and it makes you wonder what the hell's going on with that one shot. But if you ever when you watch it again, you maybe even know in your head right now what shot I'm talking about. But it's kind of the one where she's hiding behind
Yeah, I know
the.
exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the one shot out of all the night stuff that it's kind of just weird. Like it doesn't really fit with the rest of the night stuff. But maybe the light is supposed to be like just one of the lights that's down by the beach or something like that. That's what it could be, I guess.
Yeah, I know yeah, the shot exactly you're talking about. And, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that shot does look like it's, yeah, a bit overlit, like very kind of Hollywood kind of look about it. And that's the other thing I was going to mention. Like this film, like, it it does stand apart from the rest of the franchise in the way that it still kind of has that kind of grindhouse 70s feel about it. You know what I mean? Look and feel about it. Whereas the sequels, yeah, don't have that as much. Even part two, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It definitely has the more independent movie feel to it, and I think much to its advantage.
Yeah, exactly. That what was I gonna say? Um, yeah, I just think yeah, the I love like the whole like end chase and stuff. The whole battle between Alice and Mrs. Voorhees. I know some people say that like once someone realizes they're in a slasher movie, like once the final girl realizes what's happening, is kind of the less interesting part of the movie. But I disagree. I really like when there's like a really good cat and mouse finale. What about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that it kind of makes you you kind of like every time she knocks her out and runs away, you're kind of like, how many times are you gonna do that? Damn it! Like nowadays,
Yeah,
nowadays Alice would probably just gut her the first time, but I guess that's one of the only things that kind of dates it, kind of like knocking her out and running away, knocking her out and running away. But I guess she only does that like twice, honestly, and the second time she saw that pool of blood, so maybe she thought she was more hurt than she was. But yeah, I mean the cat and mouse thing, I agree. It's like it doesn't get old for me on repeat viewings. I never want to fast forward it or anything. I guess it's just a testament to how much I love the location the movie was filmed in because we get to see those different the different storage buildings and this and that and stuff and yeah I love every moment of the movie and the cat and mouse stuff is no exception. I will say that honestly I wish I could say the actual kind of the combat on the beach isn't a little bit humorous these days with Betsy Palmer trying to do an action scene or whatever. Did you see that one shot where it looks like I think when Betsy's like smashing her face into the ground like she's really doing it for real like I think she actually accidentally you can tell like that she her Alice's head goes into the sand a couple times and you can tell like the third time she like puts her hand in front of her face because she's actually getting her face bashed into the ground too much. I think it was a little harder than she intended.
there is an interview with Betsy Palmer where she talks about that. Like she says that she actually gave Adrian like a real slap, and like she started crying almost, like, and ran off to Sean, and he's like, "Oh, Sean, like she hit me," and Sean had to go up to Betsy, and Betsy's like, "Well, what are we supposed to do?" And then he's like, "Well, you know, you'll just miss her, cup your hand, and get it as close as to her face as you can without actually making contact with her face." You know what I mean? So, yeah, because I know Betsy came from the stage, and I think on stage they would really slap people and stuff. So, um, yeah, because I think she'd only made like a few films, like in her early career and stuff. But yeah, you can really tell, man, that Adrian's taken a beating in some of those parts. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, where she's smacking her head into the sand. That doesn't look like it's fake in any way, does it? It looks like genuine, like she's really getting her head smashed into that sand.
Yeah,
So,
you can hear it.
you know, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It wouldn't have it any other ways. Yeah, it adds the element of realism. But you're going back to what you were saying before about how she knocks her out a couple of times, and it just keeps running off. Like, I remember like, when I was watching this just a few weeks ago with my buddy, and we were talking about that. Obviously, I've talked about it before with other people, but it's like, after you got her down the first time, like, fucking finish her off, goddammit. Like, pick up the machete or whatever and cut her head off then and there. Don't just run off, you know? But I guess, a lot of people nowadays, I reckon, would probably probably do that once they got the killer down. They'd finish the job. But I love that shot too, where Alice is running off though, and Steve Christy's body just comes flinging at her out of nowhere, and that's something they did. I think they did that in part 3 with one of the biker dudes. They kind of did like a callback to that as well.
Yep. That's funny. With the rope around him.
Yeah, yeah. I love those extreme close-ups too, Betsy, where she's saying the lines, "Yeah, get her, mummy, kill her, mummy," and that is very creepy.
Oh,
But I love where Alice like throws like the ball of yarn or string or whatever it is at her. Like, what's that gonna do, man? That's not
yeah.
gonna do nothing.
Kind of dates it a little bit. Yeah,
Um,
I don't think any of my audience laughed at that, but you could totally understand why they would.
yeah. Or that one moment where like she heads back to I think it's the main cabin, and she's trying to, yeah, it's before she goes into the pantry to hide, and she tries to hide behind that cabinet, and it's like, you kidding me? Like, he's gonna see you there from a mile away. Like, I don't like that. And she gets into that little nook, and she's like, no, this won't work.
Yeah, that's
And then
funny.
there
Yeah,
she goes and hides in there.
I remember on
Yeah, but
The original VHS, you couldn't see her at all when she tried to hide behind that thing. Like there was so much darker than the Blu-ray is now.
yeah, my memory of watching it on VHS is kind of faded over the years. I can't remember too much. Like, apart from the kills looking better, I can't remember too much about what the movie itself looked like on VHS. I must admit.
And that's because the dark stuff you pretty much couldn't see at all.
Yeah, I guess that's true, and not to mention that yeah, the film would have been in what we call full screen, not widescreen, things like that. But yeah, yeah, that moment that's creepy as well, where she's in the pantry, and that doorknob just slowly starts to turn.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yep. I don't know if you noticed,
But
but when when Alice picks up that big cast iron pan, it looks like she pinched her finger or something because she like shakes her finger. I think she actually pinched her finger there and for real, like because she shakes her hand like, "Oh, I hurt myself," kind of when she grabs that big, heavy cast
mm,
iron pan. I don't know if you noticed that.
no, I don't think I've ever noticed that. That's interesting.
What are your thoughts?
But
What are your thoughts on like the kills that are unseen, like Nettie and Brenda? Do you think that would you just as soon rather see them on camera, or do you think we see enough on camera kills? And
um, the unseen kill, like in slashers in general, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. To be honest, like, I think in a way it's sort of like creepy and cool that we don't kind of see it all the time. Like, like how you just hear Brenda scream. It's almost scarier than, I guess, seeing what really happened to her. I'm not even sure exactly what she did to her. Like, you just see like there's what rope around her neck, and I think maybe she slit her throat or something like that.
oh
But
well, the reason I brought
what's your
it
take on that? Like,
the reason I brought it up is because in the novelizations we get descriptions of Nettie and Brenda dying, and Nettie gets, of course, his throat slit, and Brenda gets like 3 arrows shot into her.
yeah, that's. Okay, I've never really noticed the arrows to be honest.
Well,
It's a pretty quick shot, but
I don't think the arrows are in her when she goes through the window, but in the scene where she's at the archery range, she gets and the lights come on, she gets arrows shot into her, like 3, I think.
oh, okay. Well, in the game, you is like standalone missions that actually aren't online where you get to play as Jason, and they do recreate a lot of the stuff from the movies and that. And if you know the movies, you have an advantage playing the game. Like there's yeah, in the first one, yeah, you get to shoot a can. It's not actually Brenda, but you get to kill a canceller at the archery range with the arrows. You get to spy on Marcy when, well, a character that's supposed to be like Marcy, at the toilets and the shower toilet area and stuff. So yeah, that's interesting in the game. But the off screen kill, it has its place. I'm not totally against it. I don't hate it or whatever. One that kind of always was really interested to know more about, like what happened to her, was the mum in the final chapter.
Oh
Corey
yeah.
Feldman's mum, like she just sort of sees, she's like and then like yeah, she just gets killed. Or always kind of wondered, like, I mean, there's that deleted scene that deleted ending or whatever. That's like a dream sequence, or when Terry like just discovers the guy in Park, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. The guy that's hanging upside down, and she turns around, she just sees Jason and screams, and just cuts to that dude playing the guitar and stuff. Always kind of wondered how she got it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Remember that you did the trailer of final, briefly talking about final chapter. The trailer is great where they show, um, I can't remember in what order, but they like show that woman, the mom of the Jarvis mom, look up in horror and then see like the girl flying out of the window. I thought that was really interesting how they cut that like that for the trailer.
Yeah, that's a great trailer.
Isn't that great?
The voiceover that yeah, what we talked about him a little while ago. I can't remember his name now. The guy that did the voiceover for
Oh yeah.
all the Friday trailers pretty much, and he done heaps of other ones as well. And um, yeah, the voiceover for that one, he's like, "This is the one you've been screaming for," and then Jason doesn't even seem to breathe. It's awesome.
Yeah.
He's old voiceover. Yeah. Weekends are a great time to get away, unless that weekend begins with Friday the 13th. It's great. Great stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I'll do that every once in a while, like on YouTube. Like there's a collection of all the trailers and stuff, and I'll just like sit there for like 20 minutes and just watch all the trailers and stuff. I think they're great.
Absolutely. Yep.
But I tell you what, though, the decapitation at the end of this film still gets me. I still reckon it. Even though like you can tell like where the toothpick joints are and stuff on the dummy body, it's pretty effective. Like I remember like seeing that as a kid, on VHS, and you couldn't see all those details, It just astounded me.
Yeah, one of the advantages to VHS. Yeah, what a grand climax for this movie, and just having the killer be dispatched in honestly the almost the most gruesome way. It's just like they saved the gruesome kill for the killer. It was just great.
Yeah, the irony, hey, you're a killer, and then you are killed in a gruesome way. You're doing gruesome killings, and then you get killed gruesomely. But I just sort of also always like was amused by like the look on Alice's face when she's charging at her with the machete. She's like, "Bitch, I've had a fuck enough.
Yeah,
I'm gonna kill you outright now."
that explains the expression on her
It
face.
was almost kind of like the way that Alice, yeah, it was almost like the way that Alice, like, when she was battling her, like she wasn't trying to kill her. She was just trying to put her like out of commission long enough for her to get away.
Oh,
And then yeah, like she just keeps attacking her so much that she's like, "I'm just gonna have to kill you now, bitch. Like I tried to just, knock you out, but now I'm just gonna kill you."
yep. Can't blame her either.
And it's like, yeah, and the look of relief on it, it's just as the body slumps down. um, yeah, and at the very ending of the film with the music that Harry plays there, it just really puts you as an audience member, like especially the first time you see it, just at ease, and I remember a handful of years ago, I showed a buddy, um, pretty much, I think we watched most of the Friday films. Like, he'd never seen them before. And I remember, yeah, he knew very little about the films. And, like, he knew who Jason was, and that was about it. Um, and, yeah, I remember just getting to sit there and just watching him, leap out of his seat when Jason jumped out of the water.
Yeah, that must have been something. Holy shit!
Uh, it was. It really got him in. I remember after the movie, he goes, man, that really affected me. Because, like, yeah, he'd seen horror films before, like a few, but he wasn't like a big horror guy. But yeah, it really did get him. And I think it's pretty interesting how that wasn't even originally part of the original script. You know, I'm not even sure how the movie even originally ended. Like, what, did she just kill Mrs. Voorhees, and then did she even go on the lake, and did the movie just sort of abruptly end there? Or I'm
Yeah,
not sure about that.
yeah, I can't say I know either. I don't know.
Yeah, because I know, yeah, the ending, yeah, it was kind of hastily written at the end, and they kind of used Carrie as an inspiration. Actually, Ron Kurtz, who wrote the second movie, takes credit for that scene. Did you know that? He reckons he wrote it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I might have heard that on that documentary thing.
Yeah, Crystal Lake Memories. Yeah, yeah, he says he wrote that scene. But yeah, people like to take credit for things after the fact. Who really knows whether it was him or Victor, or even Savini tried to say he came up with some of it. And what about you must know this, how originally, like, Jason wasn't even supposed to be a mongoloid. They kind of added that later, and I think Savini showed a picture of, like, Ari Lehman in makeup to Betsy, and she didn't have her glasses on, and she's looking at it, and she's like, "He looks kind of strange." And she puts her glasses on. She's like, "What does he look so strange, Tom?" And he goes, "Oh, he's a mongoloid." And she goes, "That wasn't in the script." And she goes, "Oh yeah," he just shrugged it off, going, "Oh yeah, the producers didn't think he looked weird enough." And apparently, he based the look of Jason off this like guy who lived in his neighborhood, like a Quasimodo kind of looking dude that was in his neighborhood. So um, that's pretty weird. Guess yeah, Jason was Tom's neighbor for a while.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I
But
think I remember that moment in the Betsy Palmer interview where she's like she's recounting that moment when she found out he was a mongoloid, and she's like, "Oh, what?" She is just so funny recounting that story.
yeah, or did you know that originally Sean wanted his son to be young Jason?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and his mum like vetoed it. She's like, "Oh, if you think I'm gonna let him go up to some camp in the middle of winter where you make his shitty little horror film, like, and get pneumonia, you got another thing coming." And yeah, that to get Ari Lehman, and to this day, I think Sean's son's like kicking himself. He's like, I could have been the first Jason.
Yeah, that
So
must
I
be
always thought
that
that was pretty funny.
that must suck. Can you imagine? Oh.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple stories like that throughout the franchise. Actors, getting replaced or whatever. Like, yeah, Warren and Gillette getting replaced in part two, or Dan Bradley, uh, who's Jason in the daytime, like basically the paintball scene in part six. He got replaced by CJ, so
Yeah, I'd say
it happened a few times.
rightfully so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I agree on that. Um, it's yeah, like, even now, like, uh, I don't know about you, but even though they say they didn't, like the very end of the film where Ellis is like, talking to the cop about, like, is everyone dead, and are they all dead? And she's like, what about the boy? And like yeah, that he's still there, and they show the lake. And it looks like yeah, there's sort of like air bubbles on the surface and stuff. Like I don't know, like it really does kind of seem to me that they at least suggested that there could be a sequel. What about you? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can definitely see that. I mean, you could it could be seen either way, but I don't think yeah, I don't think the bubbles were necessarily intended. I think they just were, they just happened when they were zooming in, but
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
they definitely come across as, potentially being intended. I mean, I pretty much always see them as being intended. And it's funny because when they do the very last shot of part three, they tried to kind of emulate that. Like they threw a pebble in
hmm,
the pond or something, and they did a cut, and it's just so horrible. But yeah, those
yeah,
that bubbles and stuff that probably weren't intended to be there really do add to the whatever the sequel this or that. But I think it was just intended. When I watch it, I see it as being just intended on just zooming into the water, but kind of a happy coincidence that those bubbles or whatever happened, I guess.
yeah. I'm not talking to like. I mean, I know I mentioned the bubbles, which is yeah, obviously a happy accident, but it's just more or less the dialogue, just like the way she says, and I guess he's still there, and then it shows a shot of the lake. Even you know what I mean? It's like sort of suggesting, you know what I mean? Like he's Jason lurking around somewhere, you
Yeah, it's
know?
it's it's funny how like so many people, including Tom Savini, give part two with Jason such a bad rap. But I mean, like you say, I mean, they're almost saying it in at the end of the first film, so it's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Um, but like I think we've touched on this here and there throughout the other shows, but what's your definitive thought on that? Like, did Jason drown? Did he not drown? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, that is kind of like a franchise. I guess you could call it a screw up or anomaly. I mean, they just I don't think I really have any definitive thought on that. I just kind of go with Jason being. Yeah, I don't have any definitive thought. I mean, sometimes I feel like he drowned and came back to life. Other times I think he never drowned and she just thought he did. It's kind of, I guess, something I never gave a crazy amount of thought to personally.
Yeah, I've always leant more towards did he drown? I mean, did he didn't drown? Like why didn't Pam ever find him? Like what? Like I mean, obviously, yeah, he's a special kind of kid, isn't he? But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like even myself, like I mean, I've thought a lot of. I'm someone who has thought a lot about this sort of stuff and have almost from the beginning of watching these movies. But I've often like I've pretty much come to the conclusion that Jason, yeah, he's physically deformed, but I don't think he's. I think he has like a relatively normal thinking mind in a weird way. Like if you think about it, like in like part two, like he's setting traps and he's living off the land, so he has to have some sort of intelligence about him. Like I mean, yeah, he's sort of his development would have been stunted just by even being brought up by Pam probably in the middle of the woods somewhere, that I think if he didn't drown, I think he would have known enough to look for his mum. You know what I mean? Yeah, I pretty much do go with the notion that he did drown and he came back and like if you think about it in the sequels, it kind of lends itself to that conclusion because like how else is he surviving what happens in at least in two and three? You know what I mean? Where he's getting machete to like the shoulder and yeah, like an axe to the head, pretty much.
So in your thoughts of he drowned and came back, like how did he come back then? I'm just curious. In your thoughts.
Well, I mean, my thoughts like it kind of a little bit like um a bit of the like amalgamation of like what I've thought of myself and what I've heard other places. Like there is an interview with Adrienne King where she says that when Alice cuts off Mrs. Voorhees' head, that kind of like is what awakens Jason
Oh,
back in the
okay.
lake. Um, and like I'd go as far as to say that I'm just gonna it's gonna sound supernatural as all hell, but like like she cut off Mrs. Voorhees' head and the head like rolled down the beach embankment and like stopped like just short of the lake and a few of the drops from the blood drops from her neck like went into the lake and like that the blood was like enough to awaken Jason from the lake. That's sort of like what my kind of thought is. But then I mean you can also go back to like what Enos said in the truck, where he's like, they never found the body. So I mean, maybe they dragged the lake. It's possible they could have missed his body. Maybe, you know. There's a fan film. I think it's that same one I saw earlier, Voorhees, where they show Jason's dad recovers his body from the lake, and he uses the Necronomicon to bring Jason back. Yeah. I mean, I think it makes the most sense that he drowned because I mean, there are fans that go as far as to say like, well, he didn't drown, and Mrs. Voorhees found him, and like Jason and Pam were just like living out in the woods all these years, and um, Pam just used the excuse that like he almost drowned as an excuse to go on a killing rampage. But I think if he didn't drown, that she wouldn't bother doing any, like, even if she's a bit crazed, like, I think she'd just be happy that her son's not dead. But I don't think she would, do those things. But I don't know. It's an interesting thing to ponder. I do know if you want to get really technical, like I know that Victor Miller says that no, he's definitely dead in the original film. He definitely drowned and he's definitely dead. So you could go with that, and that's coming from the guy that wrote it. But you ever heard that Jason's original name was Josh?
Oh yeah, I think they brought that up in something. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? You imagine if it was Josh Takes Manhattan?
Oh my God.
It just doesn't have the same ring to it. I think he eventually arrived at Jason because there was some kid at his school that was named Jason. He reckons he was a mean little bastard and was always getting away with shit and telling on people and stuff. So I think that's where he got the name of Jason. But with that, I don't know, unless you have anything else to say, I think we can come to a conclusion.
Yeah, I'd say so. I guess before we do that, that thought about Jason being woken up by some kind of psychic link when his mom's head is severed from her body kind of is kind of an interesting idea. And I guess moving forward with that thought, I mean, then perhaps him coming out of the water and attacking Alice, that could have been actually real. Then that's what's really cool about the ending of that movie is it could go either way. It could have really happened, or it could have just been in her mind.
Yeah, it's obviously interesting. I've pretty much always gone with it's in her mind, for a couple of reasons. Number one, like everything that she's been through, kind of thing. Like I mean, I don't think it's a stretch that she would have like a terrifying nightmare and things like that. And then other than that, like Jason, I mean, this is gonna sound weird also because I mean he's dead. Obviously, he wouldn't probably age, but like Jason's the same age that he would have been when he drowned. You know what I mean? And it's years and years later.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, there you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've
Good
often
good
gone with yeah
good point.
that it was a dream.
Good point.
But that's the other thing. That's the other thing. That's the other thing you struggle with too, though. Like if he drowned and then he came back, like why does he suddenly age 20 years? You know,
It,
like
yeah.
that's that's the other factor. That's the other factor. So I mean, no matter kind of which way you go with it, there's some caveats. You know what I mean? You kind of screwed either way, but yeah, it's obviously a flaw, and yeah, they obviously didn't think this through to the point where they thought, yeah, it would go on and on and on. But in all that said, I'm glad that glad as hell that it did as much as you are. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. At least up until part 7. I know you're a big fan of Jason X, which is understandable. It's fun. It's fun. Definitely better than
Yeah, I love.
Jason Goes to Hell. But yeah.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. A friend of mine. He teases me mercilessly about my love for Jason X. He's like, yeah, he's like, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. He's like, I don't get it. Like, what is it about that movie that you enjoy? And I'm like, and I'll give him 20 reasons why. You know, it's and I know I'm not alone. I know there are fans out there that enjoy the hell out of it too. Like it silly as all hell. Yeah, true. I mean, obviously it's chasing in space. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I find it fun. You know, and I kind of feel the same way as people do about Jason X. Is I feel that way about Part Five. I can't get on board with why people love that movie. Like I watched it just the other night, and I watched it with my buddy. You know, and um, it's probably one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had with that movie. But still, like it still doesn't do a lot for me. That movie. And the funny thing about that film is it's almost in a weird way a little bit of like a retelling of the first movie. Instead of a mum getting revenge, it's a dad. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you there.
But the funny thing is though, is you know, he doesn't even try to get Vic, which is like the dude that killed his son. Like he kills everyone else, but the guy who actually killed him. So that's another thing that I think is just pretty silly.
Better, yeah, better
But
save
yeah, I
it.
mean that's the other thing about the. Sorry.
Oh, I said better save it for the part 5 talk. But go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say any more than that, but plenty more else to say. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I mean that's the great thing about the franchise, just in general though, is everyone kind of has their favorites and their least favorites of the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, it's rare that you get someone's, ranking even that is like, exactly the same as somebody else's. You know, and then even sometimes people's ranking evolves and things like that. And like I know not many, but I know a few people that like Part Five is that's their favorite entry in the franchise, and I find that extremely bizarre. I mean, like I said, I enjoy Jason X, but I'm not sitting here saying it's my favorite entry in the franchise. You know, or like I remember just like about a year ago or something, I was on like a Facebook group, and there was one chick on there, and she said that Part Eight was her favorite.
Oh.
And I'm like, really? Like, I had to ask her. I had to pick her brain. I'm like, why? You know what I mean? And like, she gave some reasons, but I couldn't even understand. I'm like, okay, like, I guess that's your favorite, but um, I don't know. Each to their own. But like for a franchise that I love and like I said, is my favorite franchise of all time. There is a couple of entries that I basically don't care for them at all, and that's 5 and Jason Goes to Hell. Like it is just hardly anything in either of those films that I enjoy. I mean, and like Jason Takes Manhattan's far from a perfect film too, but there's a few things in that film that I do like. But that film to me just screams missed opportunity.
Oh
They could
yeah.
have done so much more with that film. If they had thrown the budget at it properly, they could have done a lot with it.
Oh yeah. If they had a actual budget, that could have been a hit.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think the original budget was like 6 or 7 million, and it just kept getting cut down. I think it ended up at like four. I think it was like 4 or 5 million. So I mean, it was still like the most expensive Friday film up to that point. But yeah, they axed, no pun intended, so many scenes in the film that could have been really cool, like Empire State Building scenes, Statue of Liberty scenes, like Jason busting up a Broadway play, like so many cool things. It's a shame. If anything, I reckon that's the movie they need to go back and redo. They need to go back and remake that movie. Let's do it properly this time.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I've always had the thought that instead of remaking famous popular well done movies, they should actually remake bad movies that maybe had a good idea that wasn't realized properly for whatever reason.
Yeah, yeah, I can really get on board with that notion. I'm not too keen on them remaking movies that I consider to be I mean, I don't know if flawless is the right word, but they still work. They're great movies. You know what I mean? It's like I know there's talk at the moment of Blumhouse movie pictures or whatever. They want to remake The Thing, like John Carpenter's The Thing, and it's like,
Oh,
why? Like, there's no reason to. That's for me, like, outside of Friday the 13th, the Thing is my favorite movie of all time. It's my favorite Carpenter film. It trumps even Halloween. That's a tall order, but it does for me. And I know I'm not alone in that too. There are people that say the same thing, but yeah, for me, that's pretty much a perfect movie. There's like one or two things in that film that I can nitpick, and that's it. But yeah, it's a great freaking movie, and it doesn't need to be remade, and especially when they'll most likely fuck it up with a whole bunch of CGI. I mean, they did that with the. I mean, I enjoy the prequel for what it is, but and they fucked it up a lot with the CGI effects and stuff. Have you seen the prequel?
oh yeah, I've seen it. There's a review of all of them on the channel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's okay, but it can't touch Carpenter's classic.
Well, one
But
thing briefly, one thing I will say about the Thing prequel is I do think it was like the way to really do a prequel, like by having the ending like during the closing credits be leading right up to the beginning of the Carpenter movie. I thought was really cool.
oh yeah, that's definitely cool. Yeah, I mean, there's some ideas I have for my Friday fan film that does a lot of that sort of stuff with the first movie, and there are things that like lead right into the first movie and things like that. Which I get a huge kick out of it. It was well done in the prequel, that part. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, like I enjoy the prequel. I can watch it. I watch it every once in a while. And I can have fun with it. But yeah, it's just a shame that they didn't go with the practical effects like they should have. Like that's the weird thing too, because that's what the original film is like hailed for. In a lot of ways. It's those greater practical effects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I just want to say this has been a blast. Discussing this. It's something that I've wanted to do like way before we even had the idea to do this. Now, like, I'm not sure if I've mentioned before, but I had like my own podcast with another buddy few years back now. We were going to do Friday, and we just never got around to it.
Oh,
But yeah, it's something that I've wanted to do for so long, man. And it's just really cool to be able to have a format to be able to finally do it and kick off the franchise. I was talking about this immortal classic, as I call it.
the immortal classic Halloween or Friday the 13th.
Yeah, yeah, I'm stealing it. I'm stealing it. I say that a lot to one of my buddies as he's always on about that the immortal classic Halloween, and I saw it for Friday. I'm like the immortal classic Friday the 13th.
Yeah, well,
But,
yeah, nearly.
I really get a kick out of. Sorry.
You get a kick out of what?
I was just gonna say I get a kick out of that. You agree that like you enjoy this movie even over Halloween. And it's really saying a lot because don't get me wrong, I love me some Halloween, especially that first movie. Even the second one I really dig as well.
Yeah, perhaps if we ever get through the Friday films, we can talk about maybe a couple, maybe the first two Halloweens or something like that. And yeah, I'd be interested in hearing. You probably wouldn't have a hard time gushing about John Carpenter thing, I wouldn't imagine, for a future possible audio talk.
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally down for all those things. Oh yeah, the thing. Yeah, we actually on my old podcast here, we did talk Carpenter. We talked about pretty much his whole career, and I think we devoted like a whole episode on the things. So yeah, I'm definitely down to talk about that anytime you want. Funny enough, actually, sometime this weekend coming or Monday at the latest, because I know there's a few showings. I'm actually going to go see The Thing in the theater.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah, The Thing, and probably also the first two Alien films as well.
Oh,
That classic theater I go to. The Astor, they're going to show Alien 1 and 2 as well.
holy shit. That sounds great. I'm assuming you've already seen The Thing,
Yeah,
though.
they've shown it there about, this would probably be like the third or fourth time I've seen it there. The first time I got to see it there was about 15, 16 years ago, and it was 35 millimeter print, which was really cool.
Wow.
But yeah, I've seen it there times, and Alien and Aliens. Like they show The Thing there around that maybe once every year and a half sort of thing, and Aliens they show like at least once a year, sometimes twice a year. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's another subject I'd like to talk about too sometime if you're down with it, at least the first couple of Alien films.
Yeah, absolutely. We sounds like we got a bunch of potential things to talk about, that's for sure.
Yeah, can you give me like literally 30 seconds? I just got to knock at my door.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all right then. It's pretty much going to conclude this episode, folks. And if you've stayed with us all this time, hopefully you have, that you've enjoyed it. But yeah, it was a blast and just a lot of fun discussing this classic horror film. And can't wait to do it again. We'll talk about part 2 next time.
Yeah, I would imagine, well, you probably got quite a bit to say about part two, but I don't imagine like the videos or the recordings for part five and some of your lesser ones that you like not as much will probably, those recordings probably won't be 5 hours long, which will be nice, but it's definitely, I mean, there's put no time limit on stuff that we definitely are passionate about, definitely. So, yeah, it'll be fun to continue
I
on.
think yes, I'd say part 5 is probably the shortest discussion. I'd say.
Yeah, probably. That'll be interesting to see the length on that one. But yeah, definitely glad that this finally came to fruition and we finally were able to get these off the ground, as it were. And obviously more Friday movies to talk about, and potentially even after those, potentially even more other things to talk about. So there's always movie stuff to talk about, that's for sure.
I'm done down to discuss anything horror related. Yeah, there's a lot of subjects I'd like to get on. Maybe we can even do something like where we both watch something for the first time, or like swap and change things where, like, maybe a classic you grew up with that I've never seen. I can watch that, then we can discuss it. Or there was one I was kind of interested in getting you to see, because I know you haven't seen it, and I thought it'd be cool to have a discussion on is Night of the Creeps.
Oh, okay, yeah. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think that would make for a fun episode. But yeah, there's heaps of things that I'm sure we'll come up with along the way, and yeah, a lot of cool recordings in the future, I'd say. But yeah, the next podcast will. I wouldn't be surprised if it's as long as this one, but even with like part five, though, you've got to have your say, obviously, Nate, and I'm interested in hearing what you've got to say on why,
Yeah.
like, the juxtaposition, like you defending them. So,
Hey, there you go.
I'm sure will make it a bit of a longer episode, but yeah, I just wanted to say this has been a lot of fun, and yeah, can't wait to do it again.
All right, yeah, I'm definitely glad to have finally started this process. And if anyone is actually still listening to this whole thing, wow, thank you very much for doing so. It kind of ended up being longer than I think we intended, but that's what happens when you talk about stuff you're passionate about. So I guess if you've got nothing else to say, we will put an end to this particular episode.
No, I'm good to sign off, mate.
All right, everyone, thanks for listening to this one. We'll catch you on the next one. You guys have a good one.